Morning to all the participants. Welcome to the second day of learning. Now today we have a lot of interesting topics to cover. First topic is introduction to threats, vulnerabilities and countermeasures. Then we have information gathering techniques, the overview of darknet or dark web in cybersecurity. We will also do certain hands-on on all these various topics, including scanning techniques. We'll be learning how Wireshark is being used.
Naresh, should I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I just would like to introduce Dr. Neha Bajpayee from CDAC Noida. Madam is also coordinating this event, sir. And
yes, sir.
Madam, shall we start? Yeah, sir. We'll start the session.
Okay. So Naresh, if there is any disconnectivity from my side, if you're not able to hear me, then just inform me. You can also call me in between so
Definitely.
that I get to know, because the screen doesn't show if there is any disconnect in between.
Sure, sir. Sure,
Okay.
Sir. I will
So good morning. Thank you, Naresh. So good morning to all the participants. Name is Yash Dhingra, and I am a scientist working in the Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, which is a part of the Ministry of Electronics and IT under the Government of India. And I work in the incident response team of Certain, and I've been here for around 3.5 years now. So we are going to talk about certain basics of cybersecurity, including the three main terms that I.
Sir, we are not able to hear you.
Can you hear me, sir, now? So I'm sorry, there was a disconnect, I believe, in between. And of computer systems from theft or damage to their hardware, software, or electronic data. So that is the basic definition of cybersecurity. And I think someone is messaging, voice is breaking. Naresh, can you just, is okay now?
In between, it is breaking, sir. Now it is okay. Just 2-3 seconds before it is
Now it is
not clear.
okay.
Can you please check your?
Okay, am I audible properly now? Yeah, I'll just check once. So I think there is some problem. I'll just switch the Wi-Fi. So just give me a moment.
Yeah, please do.
Reggie, can you just check if my voice is properly audible now?
Now it is okay, sir.
Okay. So just tell me if there is any issue again. I've actually switched the Wi-Fi network, so I hope it should be fine now.
It is fine.
Okay, so we've talked about yeah. Okay, thank you, Naresh. So we've talked about the basic definition of cyber security. I'll just go over it once again if my voice was not audible earlier. So it is the protection of computer systems from theft or damage to their hardware, software, or electronic data. So main thing is we need to protect our computer systems, and we are going to look at the main reasons why looking at cyber security is important, and why it is very imperative to hold sessions and trainings like these, so that the common user can actually be sensitized enough to make sure that everyone is on the same page when it comes to the basics of cybersecurity. And especially for government officials and for defense personnel, this is, I think, the most important. So, why is cybersecurity really important nowadays? The main reason is that we are more and more reliant on computer systems nowadays. So something that used to be manual and something that used to be that used to work even without computers, maybe even 10-15 years back, is nowadays dependent on some computer system wherein there is some chip or some semiconductor or some kind of devices which are actually taking our data and which are processing our data and doing the necessary actions depending on the inputs. So that is the main reason why this is important. So your phone, maybe 10 years back or 15 years back, it used to be a normal, just a normal device which you used for calling people and for SMSing. But nowadays, even your phone is smart. Maybe in the last 15 or you can say 20 years, that the phone has actually become a smart device, and it is a computer system in itself. So, in a similar fashion, you might have heard about the Internet of Things. Basically, normal common devices around you which are now getting connected to the internet. So, if you've heard about these lights called Philips Hue lights, and then there are fans, and then there are air conditioners. So lots of these devices are also getting connected to the internet. Basically, if all these devices start getting connected to the internet, they are also at the risk of getting hacked or getting misused by somebody else. So I don't want any malicious actor or any malicious person to be able to control the speed of my fan at home, or to be able to control the temperature of the air conditioner at my home. So we need to make sure that all these devices are protected. And then the next thing is that a lot of our personal data is nowadays online. So maybe 20-25 years back, all your data and whatever your confidential documents used to be offline. So you could just lock them up inside your Almira, and that was it. You didn't need to make sure that was the only security that you need to make sure of your data and your confidential documents. But nowadays, a lot of our data is actually online. So I'm pretty sure most of you are using Facebook or some other kind of social media, and you're actually putting a lot of photographs and your a lot of your personal information on the web. So we make sure that we know about the basic countermeasures, and we know how to protect ourselves while we are doing all these activities on the internet. So that is why that is another reason why it is very important to learn and to talk about cybersecurity. And then I think the most important point is that even your money is now online, which means even if you're not even using any debit cards or net banking or any other digital currency for that matter, still your bank is actually transacting in terms of digital money. So whatever transaction you make, even if you're basically depositing cash in the bank will collect the cash with you from you, but that the number basically the amount of money that you have deposited is going to be incremented in some on some computer where your balance is stored. So even if you are not using any digital currency, but the bank is still all the banks are still online. So we need to make sure that we are aware of the basic cybersecurity best practices, so that we can prevent any bad actor from getting access to our banks and to our money. So let's just talk about the basic cybersecurity goals. So in the cybersecurity domain, these are called the CIA of cybersecurity: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So these are the main goals of cybersecurity. The first thing is protecting the confidentiality. So if you have actually stored some information online, for example, on your Facebook account, you must have must have given your email ID and your password to Facebook for logging in, or to Gmail or any other email account. You want to make sure that any information that you are sharing with Facebook, like your password, should stay confidential. It should not be revealed to any third person. So that is the first goal of cybersecurity, which is protecting the confidentiality of your data. And if you're exchanging a lot of emails on your email account, your NIC email or your Gmail accounts, you want to make sure that all your communications remain within are actually accessible only to you, and they should not be visible to anybody else. So this is basic thing. This is basically ensuring the confidentiality of the data. Then the second is maintaining the integrity. So integrity means that if you have put some money inside your bank account, and you have a certain amount of balance, let's say 50,000 rupees inside your bank account, you want to make sure that the amount stays 50,000 unless you yourself deposit something into it or you withdraw from it. You don't want that somebody else or third person is able to actually modify that figure and change it from 50,000 to 5,000 without your knowledge. So that is the maintaining the integrity. And the last point is ensuring the availability. So if you want to send some money online to somebody via your net banking account, you want that your bank should actually be available 24/7 to you, and you should be able to transfer money whenever you want. So that is ensuring the availability. So these are the three cybersecurity goals, CIA of cybersecurity, as I mentioned earlier. Then we'll talk about certain current trends that have been going on in the cybersecurity domain. And I'll just talk about certain incidents that we have looked at and that were actually in the news as well. So a large number of attacks are actually happening on banking infrastructure nowadays. So as we sit and talk about this, some malicious somewhere is actually trying to gain access to some bank and trying to hack their servers so that they can actually they can actually take out a lot of money from them. So these are three main bank attacks on banking infrastructure that we saw in the past 2-3 years. So Cosmos Bank and City Union Bank were actually two cooperative banks of India which were attacked both in 2018. And then Bangladesh Central Bank was attacked in 2016, which is actually Bangladesh's largest bank, and it was a huge attack of $80 million. So I'll just talk briefly about the attack on Cosmos Bank, and this was even in the news. Some of you might have heard about it. It is a bank which is based in Pune, and the attackers were actually able to clone a lot of ATM cards of this particular bank. And once they had a sufficient number of ATM cards cloned, what they did was money was actually withdrawn in 28 different countries at the same time from using these debit cards. So the team of the attackers, what they did was they took these cloned debit cards, pushed them into ATM machines in 28 different countries almost at the same time, and they withdrew the cash from ATMs. So using this, they were able to take out around 78 crore rupees from different ATMs, and all that money actually went into cash. And then there is a certain system or infrastructure which is called the Swift gateway inside the network of the bank. And this particular Swift gateway is actually used for validating the different transactions that you do. So when you are transacting with Visa and MasterCard, so this particular gateway is actually used for authorizing all these transactions. So what the attackers were able to do is that they were able to create a proxy for this Swift gateway, and whatever transactions they posted onto the banking network, they actually validated it using their own proxy Swift gateway. So whatever transaction they sent would be simply validated without checking. And this way they were able to transfer around 14 crore rupees to a Hong Kong based bank. So these were this was like a two-pronged attack on the same bank, and Then moving on to the next examples, fake Arogya Setu applications were actually doing the rounds when the government announced the contact tracing application for COVID-19. So government announced this particular application and it was actually posted on Google Play Store and Apple App Store. But immediately we started getting reports of a lot of fake Arogya Setu applications, which were actually being spread through SMS messages and through WhatsApp messages. And this was mainly targeted on the defense personnel and on actually government employees. These applications, when you install them on your phone, they would actually start spying on you, and they will start recording your microphone, and they'll start taking your SMS and various other activities. So basically, this is another example. And then you might have heard that TikTok was actually banned by the government last year, somewhere around June or July, along with the other set of applications. So we are going to discuss about this in my next presentation on mobile security. I think it's day after tomorrow. So I won't talk much about this, but TikTok had actually been flagged earlier as well by different countries for some nefarious activities. They were collecting a lot of data which they were not declaring, and they were using it for selling it to advertising companies for user profiling. So we'll talk about this in my next presentation. And then there is defacement. So I think most of you would be aware, because government websites are actually the biggest victims of this attack, because somewhere around 26th January or 15th August, Pakistani rookie hackers, very who are not very well trained, but who are just trying to check if they what all they how much damage they can do. So what they do is they look at some government website and they find out some vulnerability, and using that they are able to actually change the homepage of the website, and they place their own stuff on the homepage. So that is called defacement of a website. Then there is something called ransom email. This is actually a very old attack, but it is still very common nowadays. In this attack, you will actually get an email, and you'll see that in the from address, it is actually your own email address. So it will appear as if you are sending this mail to yourself, and it will say that the attacker will say that I've actually hacked into your Gmail account, and I've actually taken some recordings using your web camera as well, and I know all your contacts, and if you don't pay me so much amount in bitcoins, I will actually send all your personal communications and your videos to all your contacts. So that is how they actually blackmail the person. The only catch here is that the email is not coming from your email account. It is from some other email server, and it's a very simple attack. If you just Google for anonymous emailers on Google, you will be able to find out several websites which allow you to send emails like these, wherein you can set both the from and the to address in it. So it is a very simple attack, and you can actually figure this out by looking at the email headers. If you just right click on any email in your NIC email, you'll be able to find out the email headers. And inside the email headers, it will have the entire trail of where all that email was originated, and where all it has gone on, and all the IP addresses. So using that, you'll be able to find out if it is a genuine email or not. Then cryptojacking, this was a very common thing. I think pre-COVID era, this was going on. After that, it kind of subsided because this coin hive kind of went off. So in this attack, it's also not a very advanced attack. It's a very simple attack, but it's very effective in the sense that a lot of users can actually be affected by this. So if there is a website and which is visited by a large number of users, what I will do, find out some vulnerability in that website, and instead of defacing it openly so that the owner gets to know, instead of defacing it, what I will do is I'll place a small 3-line code inside the code of the website. So what this code will basically do is that whenever any user visits this website, his or her computer resources or CPU resources will actually be used for mining cryptocurrency for me. So that is the basic premise of this attack. If I mine cryptocurrency for myself, it's going to take a long time, and it also requires a large amount of CPU resources. So using one computer, I cannot mine sufficient amount of cryptocurrency. But if I can actually trick a lot of users into mining cryptocurrency for me, then actually it becomes a viable attack. So that's why this was a very simple attack, and thousands of users, they were not, there was no data loss or anything. Simply whenever you visit this particular website, your CPU usage will actually go up to 100%, and your computer resources will be used for mining cryptocurrency for the attacker. So that's why it's called cryptojacking, which means crypto and then hijacking, just made up of two words like that. Then there is ransomware. I'm pretty sure most of you have heard about this. So there will be a malicious file which will somehow get inside your system. And once it gets executed, it will actually encrypt all your files, and it will actually demand some amount of ransom from you for actually decrypting those files. So there is actually no guarantee that even if you pay this much amount of money to the attacker, that you will gain access to your data. So we basically always advise people to actually, if they are attacked by ransomware, it's never advisable to actually pay the attacker. And there are some ransomwares for which the decryptors are actually publicly available nowadays, but a lot of these ransomwares are there which do not have any publicly available decryptors. So basically, there's nothing much that you can do about it. So during these, while discussing these current trends, we've actually talked about a term called vulnerability, which can be exploited for gaining access into a computer system. So let's just talk about what a vulnerability is. So this is in very basic terms, this is what a vulnerability is. You are creating a fence to prevent someone on the other side to actually cross over to your side. And if there is a hole in that fence, it's a vulnerability. So very basic thing, and anybody can understand this. So this is the Wikipedia definition. Vulnerability is a weakness which can be exploited by an attacker to perform unauthorized actions within a computer system. So very simple, but let's just look at the different types of vulnerabilities, which will make it even more clear, and we'll know what kind of vulnerabilities can be unintentionally left behind. So the first one is technology weaknesses. If you're using any kind of software, you would know that it is being coded by some company somewhere, and some developer is actually sitting down and writing all the code of whatever computer system that you are using. If you're using a Windows laptop, the code is being created by Microsoft. If you're using an Android phone, it is being created by Google, and similarly Apple. So all software resources that you use are being coded somewhere, and unintentionally a lot of bugs or a lot of vulnerabilities, or you can say weaknesses, can actually be left behind in the code, and these are called technology weakness. So if you must have noticed that Windows actually keeps telling you that you need to install a lot of updates on your machine, and even on your Android you would be getting security patches which are nowadays released monthly. So if you've seen these things, then you would know that these are actually patches or basically fixes for these technology weaknesses which have been left behind unintentionally. So these are called technology weaknesses. And in these cases, the onus is actually on the company which is building the software to actually fix them. Then there are configuration weaknesses. So if you are leaving some configuration which is not secure enough, if you're not configuring your device properly, then this is a configuration weakness. So as an example, if you've bought Wi-Fi routers from the market, you would know that the Wi-Fi router, when you get it from the market, it actually has a default username and password which is already set onto it, and you can log in using that default username and password, and you can change the settings and you can configure it. But if you leave that default password unchanged, if you're not changing that particular password, it actually is it vulnerable to any attacker who can actually log in with the same password, because those passwords are actually known publicly. So you are actually leaving that particular weakness inside the system, and this is called a configuration weakness. So the onus is sort of both. The onus in this case lies both on the user as well as the company which is building the tool, because using default passwords and usernames on any device is actually not advisable. They should use separate usernames and passwords, which should be basically given separately on the box, and then the user should be changing it. So the onus is with both the company as well as the user in this case. And the last one is security policy weakness. So security policy is sort of something that is enforced by an organization to make sure that the premises or their network is safe. So if you are entering into your building and you are required to show your ID card, then that is sort of a security policy in the physical world. In a similar way, you are actually required to enter passwords when you try to enter into any of your accounts. And if the company who is giving you that particular service is not enforcing proper security policy, or it is not enforcing a strong password policy, for example, you might have seen that whenever you try to create any online account, it tells you that you need to have numbers and special characters and capital letters, small letters inside your password. So that is basically a security policy which is being enforced by the company on you. And if you're not enforcing this, if you're not enforcing such security policies, then this becomes a security policy weakness. So these are the three types of vulnerabilities: technology weaknesses, configuration weaknesses, and security policy weaknesses. Now, the vulnerabilities that we talked about, especially the technology vulnerabilities. So, whenever these are actually discovered, or whenever these are made aware to the company by security researchers, all these companies actually push security fixes for the technology weaknesses. And these are called security patches or updates. And I'm pretty sure you've seen that you keep getting updates for a lot of your applications. So aside from the updated features that they bring, they actually get you a lot of security patches as well. And whenever these security patches are released, the company also releases the list of vulnerabilities which have been fixed inside those security updates. So Certain actually tracks a lot of software and hardware vendors, and whenever they release these security patches and they release the vulnerabilities which have been fixed, we actually track them and we put them on our website. And these are called vulnerability notes. So if you go onto our website, you can actually look at the vulnerability notes of all common vendors on the website. And you can see in this screenshot also there are vulnerability notes for Cisco, for Microsoft, and for Adobe. So similarly for Google Android and for Apple and for all other products, we also push all these onto our website. And certain best practices of what we can do to prevent ourselves from being attacked in case our system is vulnerable. The first and most important thing is that we should keep all our applications updated. And I'm pretty sure you've seen that on your Android devices and on your Apple devices, you must be receiving a lot of application updates. It keeps telling you that so many updates are pending. Kindly go into the Play Store or App Store and you need to update them. So these are the updates, and we should always keep all our applications up to date. Then we should also keep our operating systems updated. So Windows also keeps pushing a lot of updates, and you should always make sure that you install these updates. And on your Android and Apple devices as well, this would be the case. So always install these updates as soon as possible. And a lot of you, or in fact, I think all of you would have sometime in your life used some pirated software. Pirated softwares give you a lot of functionality for free, but the person who is actually creating that pirated software may have actually added some malicious code inside the code of the tool, and it might actually be taking a lot of your data as well. So it is never advisable to use pirated software. Then we should always maintain a good and updated antivirus on our machines. On in fact, on all our machines. Because some advanced attacks. So just a little bit of an anti-coverts. If you heard of works on file hashes, and a hash is like a fingerprint of any file. And if any file is being executed on your system, you can actually find out the sort of, it's like a fixed length fingerprint of that file, and the fingerprint actually has a database of these fingerprints of malicious file. So whenever you try to execute any program on your computer system, the hash of that file is actually compared to all the hashes inside the database. If there is a match, then the know that this particular, and it stops you from that program. And in some cases, it will delete the file as for you. So that in very basic terms how work. And nowadays, the more and they actually have behavior detection as well. So using their database and their knowledge of, they will be able to the behavior of any file and find out if it could be malicious. So it will give you a warning that this particular file is trying executed by malicious programs. So it will give you an alert, and you can then check if it is that is run by you or it is actually a malicious without your knowledge. So just a how antiviruses.
Sir, voice is breaking, sir. Your voice is breaking. Some signal issue.
As features you will like have to, you will actually uh, am I audible, sir?
Your voice is breaking, sir. Breaking. Yeah, voice is breaking, sir. Continuously breaking.
I'll just try to reconnect the network. Just give me a second. Can you just check if my voice is audible?
Now it is clear, sir. Now it is clear.
So I'll just continue. So this is yeah, okay. So we talked about antiviruses, and I just told you about how antivirus based on five workers, which are basically lens, fingerprints, fingerprints are compared to the database of the antivirus. And if it is if the file is malicious, then the antivirus actually that file from execution. So that virus works. At the end of this particular questions, we can take them, and otherwise we'll look at that. This other take that box if there are any questions. Participants, if you have any questions, you that's all for section, and we'll take them later. If someone is, I'll just see if I can. Naresh sir, can you just confirm if I'm audible now?
Now it is audible, sir. Whenever you are asking, that time it is audible.
I don't know what is happening. I've tried two different Wi-Fi networks. I don't know what's happening today. So if there is any issue, just tell me. I'll just repeat any section if it is there. I'll continue on to the next section.
Yeah, please continue.
So next section is basically, yeah. So next section is on social engineering. And we've talked about a lot of vulnerabilities in the computer systems and in the hardware. And we've actually not talked about the biggest vulnerability in this entire itself. Use link in the security chain, because people actually people commit more mistakes than computer systems. Computer system simply works the way it is designed. So people can actually be manipulated into revealing a lot of information unintentionally, and all these attacks which actually leverage the compute leverage human link in the chain and try to attack the person who's handling the system are called social engineering. So we are going to look at some types of these attacks and some even case studies and examples of this. So the first one is phishing. I'm not sure how many of you have heard of it, but phishing basically is made up of two words. First one, password, and phishing. So if you're trying to find out the password of a person by trying tricking them into giving the password directly to you, that is basically called phishing. And in this particular attack, you will or the attacker will actually create a fraudulent website which will look exactly like the genuine website, and the attacker will send the link to the victim, and when the victim goes to that website, he or she will look at that website and assume that it is the genuine website, and they will put their login ID and password into it, which in turn will be going to the attacker. So now the attacker can actually use your login ID and password and log in into your account on the genuine website. So that's how this attack works. It's a very basic and simple attack which has been going on for a long time, but it never stops. It keeps going. Even the most advanced and the biggest attacks that we have seen actually start with the simple phishing attacks. So a lot of you might have actually seen this attack on the basically using the income tax department's fake website, and some of you might have received these fake SMSs or emails which say that there is some refund which you need to claim from the income tax department, and you need to give your details on a particular website. So that is nowadays going on because the last month only the last date was there for filing ITR returns, and now the everyone is expecting a refund in their accounts. So this is going on nowadays, and this is an example of the kind of email that the users get. It will say that there is some amount of money which is unclaimed and which you need to claim from the income tax department as refund for the tax that you have already paid, and there will be a link in that. When you click on this particular link, you will be taken onto a fake website. Similarly, a lot of these attackers actually use the SMS route as well. They will send this particular fake SMS to a large number of users, and this will be the kind of website that the victim will go to. And you can see that I have actually circled the domain name on the top. It is not the income tax department's website. It is some fake domain.com, and basically the attacker has compromised this particular website of some third person, and he has created his own folders inside it, and he has placed this particular fake page over there. So there is a drop down which actually from which you can select your bank, and once you select your bank you will be taken to your banking page, which basically a fake page, and you will be entering your details. So we'll talk about this attack in my next presentation again, I think a day after tomorrow. And then this is an example of a phishing page of RBI. The original website is rbi.org.in and the fake one is e-rbigov.in. And this is a Paytm page, Paytm phishing page, basically asking for the OTP that Paytm sends you. The domain is obviously fake. You can look at it on the top, KYC UP something and .in. And if you are using applications of your bank, then if you search for that application and on Google, you will have these fake applications which will be available, and an APK file will actually be downloaded on your device, and when you install it, basically it can actually start tracking a lot of activities that you do on your mobile device. So similarly, these are some examples how phishing attacks are actually carried out. First one is by using compromised web servers. So instead of creating your own website, what you will do is you will find out some website which has some vulnerability. You will hack into that website, and you will create your own subfolders in this pattern. Like notsosecure.com is the website which you have compromised, and then slash the name of the bank and then slash login. So for example, if you say notsosecure.com slash SBI online and then slash login. So you can send this link to someone, and some people might actually be tricked into believing that this is the State Bank's website. Then next one is by using free web hosting services. So there are a lot of websites which actually give you free subdomains of their website, and one of them is called 000 web host, which is the most commonly used. So what you can do is that you can create a subdomain like this, www.statebankofindia.com, and then there will be the rest of the domain, which is .000webhost.com. So the actual website is 000 web host, but you can create a fake page like this, and some people will be tricked into believing this is the genuine website. And then next one is misleading domain names, basically unintentionally having a small little spelling mistake inside the domain, and then creating such pages. There are URL shortening services, Bitly, Tiny URL, Short URL, and Cutly. There are large number of these websites which actually provide these services of shortening URLs. So they'll give you a short URL for a long domain name that you have, and when you open this particular website, it will redirect you onto your actual website. So these can actually be used for hiding the domain names that you have created for your phishing websites, and a lot of attacks actually use these URL shortening services. And then there are other methods as well, like using multiple redirections. So going on to multiple pages and then ultimately landing on your phishing page. That's what can be done. And very few cases are observed like this. You can see facebook.com and hotmail.com where the letters are actually different. So quickly looking at the best practices, you should always check the email source and where the email is coming from. As we have seen in one of the previous examples that I told you about, the from address can actually be spoofed. So if you're getting any such email inside your account and you are not sure where it is coming from, you should always check the email headers to make sure that it is not a phishing email. And do not click on links that you receive inside emails. You should always hover over the link and see what the URL is. You can actually right click on the link and then copy link address. There is an option in almost all browsers. You can do that and look at the link before visiting that website. And if you're still not sure, you can actually search for the website and then go to it. And it is always advisable to type links inside your address bar instead of copying and pasting it, because you might leave some, there might be some spelling mistake which you may actually miss out on unintentionally. Then talking about the next kind of attack, which is called malicious attachments. So there are these emails in which there will be some sense of urgency, and which will say that you need to do certain task very urgently, and it will have some attachment into it, which you when you open it, it will actually be a malware and it will actually infect your system. So you will actually your entire system will be compromised, and a lot of data can actually be stolen, or it could actually be a ransomware as well. So different kinds of malware can actually creep into your system like this. Uh, Actually, if you there is a common misconception that only executable files can actually be virus, but that is not the case. Any kind of document file, PDF, doc file, zip file, or RAR file, anything can actually be weaponized and sent to you in your email. So before opening any attachments, you should make sure that it is from a genuine source, and you should not directly click on these attachments if you're receiving any such email from random sources. This is an example which says, please find attached an urgent message from Joint Secretary on the above mentioned subject. So this will be, there will be an attached document inside it. And when you open this document, it will actually be a malware which will start doing some malicious activity on your system. Then honey trapping is another social engineering attack, and this is commonly used with defense personnel and with the government and with people with government employees who are in key positions. And basically, it's a very simple attack in which you will get a friend request from an unknown person on Facebook or your Twitter or your Instagram or any other social media, and this person will try to talk to you and befriend you. And once they've gained your trust, they will send you some malicious link, and when you click on that link, they will actually compromise your system and they will start exfiltrating data from your system. So this is I think the last kind of attack, basically a social attack, social engineering attack that we had to discuss today. So I believe there were some questions which we had inside the chat box. I'll just go through them. So someone has asked why there are more antivirus solutions for Windows OS versus Unix OS. So the reason is that Windows, I think, is more common, and it is used by a lot more people than Unix, and that's the reason that it is actually easier to create, or it is actually more advantageous to actually create malware for Windows operating systems. Because a lot more people are using it, and if you are able to send it to people, there is more probability that it's actually a Windows machine. I think that is the primary reason, whereas it's actually possible that Unix, I am not sure how strong Unix is basically against malware, but there are Unix malware as well. And then any security products that identify phishing character of a mail or website as part of antivirus, any recommendation of such anti-phishing products? So there are, I am not aware of any anti-phishing products which you can use to check if a mail is a phishing or if a website is phishing, but there are a lots of projects like APWG. There is something called anti-phishing working group. You can look at that, and there are a lot of other people who are actually trying to get to this level, that they are trying to basically flag malicious websites. So all the browsers nowadays do this intrinsically. There is an option to report a particular website as a phishing or a malicious website. And I'm not sure if you noticed this, but if you try to go onto any such website, the page actually turns red, and it will give you a warning that this particular website can be malicious, and you should not go to this website. So if you, for example, you discover such a phishing page and you report it to the browser, then the browser will automatically start alerting everybody who is visiting that particular page that this is a phishing page, or this page is actually hosting malware. So it is actually a sort of a community thing, and people actually report these things commonly, and you can leverage these things commonly. Also, a lot of antiviruses are able to actually give you this functionality, wherein when you try to visit any page, they will intercept the URL and they will give you a warning that this page could be malicious. So that is something that even antiviruses are able to do nowadays. And there is another question: which parameters should be checked before choosing an antivirus? So the basic features you can actually compare and just check what all features you need. Most of the common good antiviruses nowadays have the same kind of features, and some of these features they will actually give you for free. For example, this particular thing wherein they detect phishing and malicious websites and detecting very basic malware. I think even free antiviruses are able to give you. As well. So you can actually check if you want to continue paying for it. Otherwise, you can actually try to use an. Okay, so why Google gives phishing website? So Google does not actually give you phishing websites in the results mostly. It will actually give you the genuine website. In very rare cases, it will happen that you will get a phishing website in the Google results when you search for something. But there is no mechanism which can actually detect a particular website like this directly, whether it is a phishing page or not. If you're, for example, we saw in a particular case that the company did not have a genuine website, but a fake website was already created for them. So in such a case, there is no possibility of finding out whether it is a genuine website or not. And in only such cases, it is possible that you will get the phishing page in the search results. Otherwise, in most cases, you will not get the phishing page in the results on top. So I think we are done with the questions for now. I'll move on to the next section, and rest of the questions we can take towards the end. Nareshji, can you just confirm my voice is audible and just confirming so that I can continue? Nareshji, can you just confirm? Okay, okay. So next one is this is the section, which is how to stay safe on the web. So these are some very basic countermeasures that we can, or some best practices that we can keep in mind to make sure that we are safe while browsing and while using our bank accounts on the web. So the first thing is, and these are very basic practices that I've actually tried myself and I found them effective, and that's why I've actually included them in this presentation. So the first one is to search for yourself on Google. Just try to search for your own name, put it inside double quotes, and then search for your name in Google and Bing or whatever other search engine, and try to see whatever private information you might have unintentionally shared publicly. So a lot of these social media accounts like Facebook and all, they actually make your data available to search engines to be indexed. And there is actually a setting inside Facebook which you can disable. And after that, your Facebook account will not be visible publicly on Google. But by default, all your social media accounts are actually available on Google. And if you search your own name, you will actually be able to find out a lot of information which you might have unintentionally shared. So there's a small tip that you should actually look for the Google Images or the Bing Images tab and check if you've unintentionally shared any of your private pictures over there, which are available publicly, which should ideally not be there. So just go through that and evaluate all the private information that you shared on through these Facebook posts and Instagram or on Twitter as well. Just check that if there is any confidential information available, and you should immediately remove it. You should go through your social media profiles and just check if you have posted any photos or posts in which there is an identifiable information, or what you can call PII. there is a possibility that you might have taken a picture with the background of your office or with the background of your home address, and you might have unintentionally revealed some of your confidential information online. So this is just a basic tip. Go through all your photos and posts and remove any posts in which there is some information confidential.
Sir, we lost your voice, sir. Sir, yes, sir, we are not able to hear your voice.
Which actually makes your data available on publicly available on Google. So that is one more security setting. And then some more very basic best practices. Every bit of data is important, so you should make sure that you don't reveal your number or even your address to random people, and you should avoid signing in on untrusted system. So if you should make sure that you sign in into your bank account and your email account on only on your machine, and you should not use anybody else's system to sign in. Then there is your incognito and private mode in most browsers nowadays. Even if you have to sign in on some untrusted system, you should make sure that you sign in using incognito or private mode. And so because when you close this browser window, you are automatically signed out from your account. You should disable autoplay for your USB pen drives, and you should always scan your USB pen drives with antiviruses. And the last point is you should use multiple online identities for different purposes, which means that if you have your office email accounts, you should use it only for office communications. And if you have a personal email account, it should be only for personal communications. So basically, using different identities for different purposes. Even your phone number, I would suggest that keep a separate phone number for your personal communications and for your communications with all your with your banks. So there, this is just a small little tip that you can use for basically staying safe while you're browsing on the web. Then there are some websites which you will see when you go to this website, the browser will say that these are not secure. So if the is running on the HTTP protocol, the browser will tell you that it is not secure, and you should avoid signing in onto such website. You should avoid sending your username and password onto these website, because your login ID and password information is actually sent unencrypted across the network. So anybody who is sitting in between, like whoever has access to the router or whoever is able to look at your all the data that you're sending, they will be able to read your login ID and password directly. Instead, if you visit such a website in which HTTPS is enabled, um, you will see in such the browser will say that the web connection is secure, and there will be a lock icon which will appear on top. When you sign in onto such website, your login ID and password are actually encrypted and then sent across the network. So nobody can actually read it while it is on the way to the server. Then you'll see several such links on Facebook and on other social media websites. These are basically called bait, and there will be some sensational news item which will try to entice you into clicking on such links. And you should always try to stay away from such websites and such links if it is some sensational news is there or some such thing is there. And some other very simple basic best practices using and unique passwords which are 16 characters long at least, and use different combination of letters. These are, I think, mandated by most companies nowadays anyway. And if you find it difficult to remember passwords, you can actually use different cloud password managers like LastPass, OnePass, and there are several others like this. So for your confidential accounts like your email account and your banking account, I would not advise but for all your accounts like your Amazon account, your Flipkart account, your Zomato account, you can actually use these services for remembering different passwords for you. And you can actually enter a master password, and the password for your particular website will be automatically supplied. So that is how these work. And you should actually keep changing your password at least once per year. And you should enable two-factor authentication wherever it is possible. So I think nowadays on NIC email that has been enabled by default for most people. So when you sign in onto your NIC mail, you need to confirm on your mobile device. So that is like a second factor. And even on your Gmail, you can actually enable that. I think even on other email providers, this option is available for you to enable. So you will get an OTP onto your mobile device, and only then you will be able to sign in. So that is the last slide. And if there are any questions, I'll just check in the chat box. Some secure browser is available with antivirus. Is it safe? So browsers, I think, do not have antiviruses directly inside them, but most antivirus actually integrate a plugin inside the browser, which actually tells you if you're going to a malicious website. So that is how I think this works. But even browsers are actually able to, once a particular malicious website is actually flagged and someone tells them this is a malicious website, it will start giving you this particular error. So that's how browsers normally work in case of malicious websites and malicious files. So there is another question: what are the vulnerabilities involved if we use a Google ID or Facebook ID for authenticating with other websites? So that is actually never recommended. You should not use your Google account or your Facebook account directly for authenticating onto any other website, because the main thing is that Facebook, you can actually trust Facebook and Google to some extent because these are huge companies, and there is a lot of investment that goes on into their cyber security. But if you're signing in with your Facebook or Google account on any third party website, you can never guarantee this website of this particular third party website. And I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there have been a lot of security breaches and data breaches onto very big and commonly known Indian companies like Yatra.com was actually breached, Zomato.com was breached very recently. So there are several of these attacks which have taken place, and it is actually never recommended to use your directly use your Facebook or account to sign in onto these websites. Instead, what you should do is always use the sign in with your email option, and you should supply your email and choose a password, and only then sign in onto any third party website. Tor browser, how safe? So Tor browser is actually used for mainly for the purpose of going on to websites on the dark web. I think it should ideally be secure because it actually takes your data through the Tor tunnel, through the onion net. Your data is not flowing on the common web. So ideally, I've never heard of any such attack using the Tor browser. I think you can safely use it in most cases. But even in that case, there have been reports wherein even through the through the dark web, people have actually been tracked. But I'm not sure how reliable these news sources are. So I think in most cases you can actually use Tor browser. I think it is safe enough. Some sites forced to use Google or Facebook for login authentication. So I think if this is the case that a site is actually forcing you to use Google or Facebook for logging in that case you can use my earlier tip that you should use multiple different online identities for different purposes. So there is one email account which you are using for your email communication and for your personal communication. You should always maintain a separate email account which you're using in only for signing in on such websites. So if you want to chat with somebody, if you want to send a personal email to somebody, then use a separate email account. But for signing in, just create an email account. It is anyways free. So just maintain a separate email account and do any of your communications in that email account, like any of your contacts or any of your personal emails into that. So you can then safely use that particular email account for signing in onto such websites, because none of your confidential information would be available. Even if it gets compromised, then you don't, you're not set to lose a lot of personal communications. That is my personal tip in this case. So I think we are done with most of the questions inside the chat box. I'll just go through the Q&A section. There is a question which says, can any organization or department achieve 100% secure IT system on network? So the answer to that, sir, is no, definitely not. There is no 100% security. Nobody is 100% secure, and that is never possible. There will be some kind of security hole, and we need to always be on our toes, and we need to make sure that we keep ourselves and our systems updated so that we can prevent ourselves from the latest kinds of attacks. If we use second space in mobile for banking transactions, will it be safe? Second space. Okay, so sir, I think second space or this kind of applications were actually banned by the government last year, because they were created by Chinese companies, and they were taking a lot of user data of Indians, Chinese servers. So you can actually never trust any of these applications which promise you a second kind of space on your mobile device. So you should never trust these for banking transactions. In fact, while using banking applications, you should always be very, very cautious on your mobile device, because you might have given a lot of permissions to a lot of applications on your mobile device, and we'll be discussing this in detail in our next section. So the Q&A section, just a moment. Naresh ji, am I still audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to hear your voice.
Okay. Okay. So actually, I think my presentation actually went off suddenly. So I thought my connection broke. So I'm just taking, there are 2 or 3 more questions, and I'll then quickly be ending the session.
Yeah, please.
So there is another question. Some UPI applications like Amazon Pay just ask once for PIN for any transaction, while the internet banking uses two-level password, that is login and transaction. Whether security is compromised here? So compromised, sir, basically there is always a trade-off between usability and between cyber security. So the more security that you put in inside the system, the less usable the system becomes. So I think Amazon Pay, in case of your bank account, mostly you will be keeping your the maximum amount of money inside your bank account. But for these UPI applications like Amazon Pay or something, if you're using a wallet, you will not be keeping a large amount of money inside your wallets. So that is why in some case they might be using less authentication. So is the case, if you're feeling that the authentication is less, or if the security is compromised, in that case you should always keep small amount of money, and just use whatever use for whatever purpose you are intended, and then basically you should not keep any additional money in such cases. You should basically avoid keeping extra money in such cases. Okay, there is another question. Enable VPN in browser is safe or not? So VPN services are good for hiding your identity on the network. Basically, wherever your data is going, the server will know your address. But the VPN provider or the VPN service provider actually can look at a lot of your data. So you can never actually guarantee that the VPN service provider is completely safe or not. So you should only use it for specific purposes. Otherwise, not advise against such a thing. Nowadays, single sign-on being used by many websites, it is safe. So again, the thing is the same thing, sir. If you are basically improving the usability in a particular case, or if you're making it easy for signing in, then there could be possibly some additional attacks which might be carried out. I would always advise that you should always log in inside your always log in inside your whatever website directly, and is using single sign on or anything like that. But in some cases, if you can actually see that there is not such a big risk, then you can use these services. I am receiving an email of my official email domain on gov.in from National Institute of Training Program on Knowledge Cooperation Program after COVID-19 study tour. So there is a mail for pandemic experience call for nomination. How to validate this? This email comes very frequently. So, sir, actually, this could be a phishing mail, and you can look at the email header to find out if this is actually a genuine email. And if you are in doubt, you can actually report this to certain, and we will actually look at it. I will just actually share our email address onto inside the chat box, and you can send a report to us. Otherwise, you can actually find out all the details, our helpful helpline and our email address on our website as well. I'll just put the email. Uh, uh, okay, yeah. So I think that is the end of the questions. I'm just sharing our email ID, official email ID of certain. And if you are facing any such attacks, if you are getting any such fraudulent emails, you can always report it to us. So I have sent the email ID and our website as well. You can visit our website. Nareshji, I think we are done with the questions as well. I think we can end this session now. Nareshji, am I audible?
Again, last moment we lost your voice, sir.
Okay, okay. So, sir, I have actually shared our email ID, and if you have any such fraudulent emails or anything, then the participants will actually share the reports of this, and we will analyze the incident and then report accordingly. So, thank you to all the participants. Thank you for attending.
Neha, ma'am.
Yes, Naresh.
Hello. Yeah, ma'am. Would you
Yeah,
like to give a 5 minutes break and
Naresh,
start
I
the
think
session?
there is yeah, that's fine. So we'll be having 5 minutes break and then we'll be starting the session.
Okay. Can you please share your PPT once?
A very good morning to all of you. Now, this is basically a session on information gathering techniques. So we all know what actually information gathering is. It is basically one of the important steps where a hacker or a penetration tester tries to get the information about the target. They try to use different kinds of sources and tools to get more information about the targeted victim or system. Now, before we start with the number of tools, how they are gathering the information from different sources and different tools, let's have a look on the multiple phases of hacking. Now, these are basically the process or the steps of hacking which actually help us as a penetration tester to understand how the hackers are taking the control and the command of the system and how they are getting the information about the victim and trying to exploit that. Now, there are multiple steps in the hacking phase. Number one is reconnaissance. Number two, scanning and enumeration. Then we have gaining access, maintaining access, and then last, clearing tracks. So these are major 5 phases of hacking, or we can say the 5 phases of testing, which is being used by the penetration tester to test a particular target. Now, when we talk about reconnaissance, this is basically the first step where hacker tries to collect more and more information about the target. It is also known as the preparatory phase, or we can also term it as information gathering phase, where the hacker tries to get maximum information about the target from various different sources. Then we have the second phase known as scanning and enumeration. In this particular phase, the attacker or penetration tester begins to actively probe a target machine or maybe network for vulnerabilities which can be exploited by him. There are multiple tools which are being used for doing this particular process. There is Nessus. I think you have seen that particular tool yesterday. Then we have Nexpose and also Nmap. Then we have gaining access, the third step. This is a case where an attacker breaks into the system or network or maybe web applications, and then they try to gain the access to this particular target machine. Now, in this particular phase, they are trying to locate the vulnerability and then try to attempt to exploit that kind of vulnerability from the target machine or the victim machine. Here again, we have a number of tools which can be used. One of the tool which is known as Metasploit, which is being used for gaining the access. Then we have the next, maintaining access. Now, once the hacker or the penetration tester has gained the access, now he tries to maintain that access till he completes his task. So for that reason, he tries to install some backdoors like Trojans, rootkits, or any other malicious file in order to enter to that particular machine or system whenever he wants to access to that particular target machine. So the major objective here in this particular phase is to get the access of the target until he finishes that task, whatever he has planned to accomplish in the victim machine. Again, for this, we have an automated tool, Metasploit, which actually helps us to do that. Then we have the last, clearing tracks. Now, this is again very important phase because whatever changes has been done by the attacker or the penetration tester now needs to be cleared. Now here, no hacker wants to be traced at a later stage. So in this case, what he does, he tries to modify corrupt, or delete the value of logs, whatever he has tried to change. He will also uninstall or delete whatever applications or folders he have created while gaining and maintaining the access to the victim machine. He will try to clear the cache and the cookies. He will also try to tamper all the log files and closing all the open ports so that he should not be caught at a later stage. So these are the major steps of actually being performed by the hacker or a penetration tester to get the complete control to that particular machine. Now, this is a session on the first two parts, that is your information gathering techniques. Now, let's move to that information gathering, and we will see through demonstration as well that how information is being gathered by the hacker about the target, and then how he will take the usage of those information. Now, as we told, reconnaissance is also known as information gathering. Now, what is information gathering? Information gathering, as I told, is the process of collecting as much information as possible from different sources about any individual, company, organization, server, IP address, or a group of persons. So here the hacker tries to collect the maximum data on the security posture of the organization or to a particular target. It can be a website, can be a infrastructure, the network, or anything like that. And it tries to reduces the focus area so that he should be able to reach to that particular location very easily. So he tries to find out the IP addresses, he tries to find out the vulnerabilities within that particular system. He tries to get a lot of information about that system, maybe from the target itself or maybe from the different open sources. So here, if I talk about information gathering, even we are also providing our information publicly to multiple places. If I talk about the social networking websites, your Google, that Gmail, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram and all, from there also these hackers are trying to get information and then try to use it for their personal usage. So now, when we are saying information gathering is basically the collecting the information, then how these information can be collected? So it is basically being divided into two parts. Reconnaissance is basically being done in two ways. One is your active reconnaissance. Second is passive reconnaissance. When we say active reconnaissance, this is basically interacting directly with the target to gather information about the target itself. So if I want to get an information about a particular, let's suppose, website, I will be accessing that website. I will be finding out the information about that website from the website itself. Now for this, we have a particular tool known as Nmap. This is basically a network discovery tool and security auditing tool. This helps us to gather the information from the target itself. Other than that, we also have an eyewitness tool. This is basically been used to take the screenshots of the websites, provide the server header information. It also tries to give sometimes the credentials, default credentials, if it is having that. So active is basically a kind of information gathering from the target itself. Whereas when we talk about passive reconnaissance, here we are trying to collect the information about the target from different sources. So we are not directly accessing the target, but we are trying to collect the information from social media, from different public websites and all. So for this, we have again multiple tools which help us to do that. One of the Ocean social media mapping tool is also used for that. That is basically Social Mapper. Then we have, as I told, we have LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Google Plus, Instagram, and a lot of websites are there which help us to identify or gather the information about the target itself from various different sources. There is one more tool known as the Harvester. Maybe some of you have heard about it. It is again a tool for gathering subdomain names, email addresses, open ports and services, and employee names of that particular organization. So a lot of information we are able to get it from these public sources. So for information gathering step to perform, there are few details which actually a hacker tries to look for. What are that information? So they are going to look for the network details. They will find out domain information, number of ports and services which are being running on that particular target, enumeration about the server, web server version, misconfiguration on that particular target. It also tries to identify the permissions, user information, group information, what all weak file permission is being given, background running processes, and lot many other things. So if the hacker is trying to get this much of information, and he can scan that particular the target, and then tries to find it out, lot of vulnerabilities in that. And once he's able to get the vulnerabilities, the weaknesses which is present in that particular target, he can very easily gain the access using certain automated tools. So now what all techniques are being used by the hacker or the penetration tester? It is mainly divided into 4 to 5 parts. One is Google docking. Second is from the domain names. Then from the social networks and social engineering kind of techniques. And then we have certain search engines. So information gathering can be performed using active and passive reconnaissance from these various number of techniques. Now, when we are talking about identifying the information, sometimes, as I told, the user herself or himself is actually posting the information about his own personal information he's posting. Maybe he's posting his organization information, his important or some information which he should not post, but still he is posting, and that is what the advantage is being taken by the hacker. Now, what users actually do, users maintain their profile, and they also update their status very regularly, and that is what the hackers are actually taking advantage of. So whenever people or users are maintaining their profile, so when I say maintaining their profile, what does it mean? It means that they're actually changing the photo or putting the photo of the target. Then they are putting their contact numbers, email addresses, date of birth, location, work details, and lot many other things. So this is the information which is actually being posted by the user itself. And that is very crucial information which can be misused by the hacker. And what attacker gets from that? Personal information about the target, including their personal information, photo, and all. And they, again, if they are getting all these information, they can do very easily those social engineering kind of activities. So when we say social engineering kind of activities, I think we all aware of that we have phishing, wishing, whaling, smishing, and lot many other techniques which hackers are actually using, which comes under your social engineering techniques. And through that, they are actually gathering more and more information about it. Then people are updating their status as well. So they are actually changing their personal information. If they are changing their location, their home address, if they are changing their organization, actually they are putting it on these various websites. So they are actually sharing their location as well, their family and friends information, what activities and interests they are holding, technology related information, upcoming events information, and not many other things. And if they're sharing that, attacker again will get the benefit out of it. They'll be able to know the platform, the technology related information. So you are working in Java, you can just post it there that I have switched over to a new location or to a new organization and working in this particular platform or using this particular language, then definitely that kind of information will be very fruitful for the attacker. Target location you can share, and that is what attackers are getting it. List of employees, friends, family, nature of business, and these are some of the examples which are actually being posted by the user itself, and then it is actually being used by the attacker. Now, we are clear with what actually information gathering is, what is information gathering process, gathering the information from different sources, and that is what is being taken by the attacker, and they are using it. Now, how they are getting these informations? From social media, from your social networking websites, they are getting it. That is one thing. Second thing, they're also getting it from different tools, from different websites and all. So our scope of this particular session will be to learn what all those websites are, what all those techniques are which is being used by the attacker to gather more and more information about the target. So the first thing which we'll be talking about is the Google Docs. Now, maybe a few of you aware of what actually Google Doc is. So this is one of the favorite technique of the attackers, because here attackers are trying to gather information through Google itself. So this is basically known as Google dorking or advanced searching. So Google dorking is basically returning the information from the internet, which is actually difficult to locate through simple search queries. So this include the information which is basically not intended for the public to simply view through simple passing on a search query through Google, but it will also allow you a lot of other information to be extracted from the internet, which is not being adequately protected. So if an information is not properly protected, then the attackers may use these Google dorking advanced queries or advanced operators, and then can get that information which he is not authorized to see. So Google dorking is basically a practice of using Google to find out the vulnerable applications and maybe the servers by using native Google search engine capabilities. Now, what all capabilities Google Doc provides us? So it is actually been providing us a set of advanced operators. With the help of those advanced operators, we are actually trying to extract the information from the internet. Now, what kind of data you can find it out using Google Docs? If it is not adequately protected, you can even identify the admin login pages. You can identify or extract username and passwords. You can identify the vulnerable entities, sensitive documents, government military data, list of emails related to a particular organization, bank account details, and lot many other things. So if the pages or the data is not protected properly in the target, then very easily we can identify that using Google dorking. And that is what the attackers are also trying to get that. Now, when I say Google dorking, I said that there are few advanced operators which we are using it. What are those advanced operators? There are a lengthy list of, a very long list of these operators. So it's again very difficult to discuss all those operators, but we're trying to show you the demonstration and discuss few of the operators, which will give you an idea how dangerous this Google dorking is. So now these are few of the operators. One is in title, in URL, in text, and site. When I say in title is an advanced operator which is being used in Google dorking, which actually allows a hacker to search for those pages with a specific text in their HTML title. So if I put it in that Google search query in title colon, and in double quotes I write it down login page, so it will search it in the web and will extract all those pages which has this specific text, that is login page, mentioned in their HTML title. Then we have in URL. In URL allows the attacker to search for those pages which are based on the text contained in the URL. So it searches all the URL available on the web and then finds out the text which we are specifying within URL is present in that URL or not. If it is present, it will extract that URL to us as a result. So if I put it as in URL colon login.php, it will able to extract all those pages which has login.php as a part in the URL of a particular website. Then we have in text. This is an operator which searches the entire content of a particular, multiple websites and try to find it out all those various website URLs which has this text as a part of that website. Wherever it identifies, it will give me the list of all those URLs. Then we have cite. Cite is basically limiting the scope of a query to a particular website. If I need to find it out only about cdag.in, I can simply put it as cite colon cdag.in. So it will only search the content from cdag.in. Now you can also have a combination of these operators as well. So it's not necessary that you can only use one. You can have a multiple combination of the queries, and that is what hackers are doing, and then trying to get their desired result. Other than that, we have file type, we have extension, we have certain wildcard characters also to be used. If you can see it here, we have in URL already discussed, site, then we have file type. That is only for mentioning a particular file type. I only want to search for PDF files. I only want to search for PPTs, right? I can simply put it as file type colon and then the extension of that particular file. All in URL, if you want a particular text to be searched in the complete in the URL, then you can use all in URL. You can also have multiple wildcard characters, as I told, that asterisk, that you slash, and lot many other ways. Or and logical operators can be used. So there are multiple operators which are being used while accessing the content from the net, which is not adequately protected. Now, if I show you one of the example here, now we are opening Google and simply we are using a particular operator as in URL, and then I am putting it as product.php question mark ID. So I want that this product.php question mark ID, the complete text, should be the part of the URL. If it is find that out, then it will provide me the result. Now, if you see here, I have received 2,21,000 results where the URL will definitely hold this product.php question mark ID. So here also we are seeing product.php question mark ID. Again, the second link, again we are having product.php question mark ID. Again, products.php question mark ID. So wherever it is going to find it out, this part as in the URL, it will try to give me that result. So let's move to the demonstration of that, and let's see that what all we can do it with Google Docking, a little bit demonstration of the same, which will give you an idea how hackers are gathering the information about the vulnerable websites, vulnerable applications, and all. So let me stop sharing my screen, and I have my colleague here with me, Mr. Divyansh Pandey. He is going to show you the demonstration of Google Docs. So Divyansh, you please share your screen fastly and explain 4 to 5 examples of Google Docking.
Good morning, everyone. So today I will demonstrate how Google Docs work. So as ma'am told us about Google Docs that we can find any of the information. So we will be using the 4 basic types of Google Doc queries such as in URL, in text, in site, and your in title. So first is the in URL query. In this, we will be writing any of the strings such as login.php and we'll press enter. So in URL colon login.php will try to find out a string in a particular URL which will contain the login.php in it. So if you want to find a particular website that you can think there could be a vulnerable point or a hacker would think, they will try to use this type of query. So let me find one of the particular search results. So this is a page of all-time cargo, and they have this login.php inside this particular URL. So that means the login.php, we are able to find it by using the Google Docs query of in URL colon login.php. So any of the pages that you want to find can be found out by in URL in URL colon and the particular string that you want to find in a particular website. So let's move on to the next one, that is in text colon any of the strings. We can write CDAC. So in text colon CDAC is basically your query that will search for a particular text or in a particular website. So in text we have written with a colon and a string of CDAC. So we want a particular data related to CDAC written in that particular website. So the particular area that this particular query will search would be the third area, where you basically get the summary of the website. And here our particular CDAC will be written in bold. So this is how in-text format will work in the in-text query. It will try to find out the CDAC name or a particular string that is written CDAC, and it will highlight or bold it out. And all of the results in the particular Google section will be of in-text, and that is equal to your CDAC. So let's move to the next one, that is the in-title. So in-title is basically another basic query where you can write any of the strings. I've written admin, and I have to see if the in-title page of admin can be located with the following query. So let's take one of the particular website, and all of the results will be of the admin panel only, and we are able to see the particular admin login of this particular website. So there are many particular websites that will have the admin login page, and the title that I am hovering my mouse over will have the particular admin written on it. So this is the admin login page of this website. So this is how the particular in-title query would work, and the particular hacker might be able to get the login or admin login page of that particular website. So these are the basic queries. Let's move to the site one, and site is basically your way of searching a particular website. So if I write site colon CDAC, I might be able to find out all of the CDAC based websites or related websites that are available on the internet, or that too in the Google search area. So we have CDAC, our main website. We have Wikipedia of CDAC. We have LinkedIn CDAC, Times of India CDAC, this thing, recruitment portal of CDAC, and etc. So all of the information related to CDAC could be found out using this site query, along with the particular string that you want to find in this particular Google search area. So if you combine these four basic queries, you might be able to find a lot of information that is available on the internet and not publicly available if you write the simple sentences. There are other queries also. Let me try to find one. So this is one of the advanced type of queries that you can generate through Google Docs. So this query contains the extension of SQL, then the in-text containing username and password. So as you can see, you can write the query in your own way. I have written every query with a space. That means I want an extension that is related to .sql, that is in any of the website. I want a particular .sql file which contains like a file containing the extension .sql. I want an in-text. I want the data inside of it with the username and password. So I've written in-text colon username, then space in-text colon username. Password. So this particular line will try to find out it will try to run the query, and will try to find out websites which have particular password and username inside a .sql file. So let's try to open one of the files. So this is a particular .sql file of messenger_client_db.sql. That's a dump file. maybe even the information might be of old, but still we are able to get it. We know the IP of this particular server. We know the subversion and the PHP version. We know the database name is free this, and they basically have used the create database of free 57654. They have used it, but we have to find out the username. Let's try to find out. Control F will type username. So we know that they have created a table that contains username and member ID. We get to another area, that is the insert into team member. So let's check through the columns that would be able to find the username. So this is the username, this is the password. So the data would also be like this. So first is the ID, member ID, second is the username, and third will be the password. So we were able to find the password from here of this particular website. So this is just a old data. It might not work, but still we were able to find it. Let's move to another more basic type of query that could be used inside Google Docs, that contains another query of in title. So in title, I showed you that we were able to find the admin login pages, but in this we would be able to find CCTV cameras that have been not authorized and are easily available on the internet that you can basically see. So let me open one of or two of the particular results, and we will try to see what type of information we are able to find out through them. So right now, one of the links that I just opened up contains the webcam XP5. So I wrote webcam XP5 and I was able to find out the webcam XP5 title pages, as you can see. And we were able to find out pages that had webcams available to the public. So here's a webcam that contains today's date of 2nd February 2021 and the morning time of 9 a.m. And you are able to see that this is a webcam which we are able to see a live footage of a particular webcam. Let's check another also. Let's see if we are able to find another webcams that are still open. So webcam XP5 are like basically, they're not vulnerable, but they have not authenticated their particular CCTV cameras. So a person, if he writes such queries or just writes the entitled webcam XP5, he might be able to see all of the webcams that are still open without the authorization. Like you don't need to write your username password, you don't need to log in and straight away you are able to see it. So this is how you are able to search the internet for the information through Google Docs. I think there is one more. Let me just check it out. Another webcam that we can basically find out through this. So this is Intel webcam XP5 in your ATT. We are searching for live footage. Let's check one of them. So these type of webcams are easily available. So we are able to see today's date only. And this is another CCTV that is available on the internet. So these are the queries from basic to little bit advanced, through which we are able to find out or dig out information from the internet. Ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. So if anyone wants to have a look on multiple operators which is being provided to us, or we can use it using Google Docs, that we can very easily do it by searching it on exploitdb.com. So we have Google hacking database. Even you can also just type Google hacking database and you'll be able to get lot of operators, list of operators and all. So this is the link where the URL from where you can actually get the list of all the operators which is being used by Google Docs and the hackers and the penetration testers are using and trying to check it out. Then after this, we have one another tool, which is basically known as the BuiltWith. Now, what is this BuiltWith? BuiltWith is basically being said as Web Technology Information Profiler tool. Now, this is basically a website as well as extension, browser extension, which helps the developers, researchers, and designers to identify what all technologies is being used by that particular website. So it's very good, with very good objective it was being created to help the developers, researchers, and designers, so that they should identify that what all other organizations are using, with what technologies they are developing their websites, and then they can also learn that and they can develop their own organization's website. But attackers are again using this particular BuiltWith tool for identifying and gathering the information about a particular target. So with the help of BuiltWith, they are trying to identify what that particular target is using, what frameworks they are using, what language they are using, and lot many other things. So if you want to just check it out, you can just go to this www.builtwith.com. Now, when we open this particular website, here you can see this is the home page of BuiltWith. Here it is asking you to enter a website address, a technology name, or a keyword. Now, when we are providing here cdag.in, it is going to look up for this particular domain and will try to identify the information about this particular target. So when we are clicking on this lookup, it will provide us the details divided into multiple tabs. So the first tab talks about technology profile. The second is detailed technology profile, metadata profile, relationship profile, redirect profile. So when we click on this technology profile, it provides me the details about the technology which is being used by this target, along with the Google Analytics, usage statistics, the site tag, and also the frameworks which is being used by this particular target, ASP.NET, then libraries and functions related to JavaScript which is being used by this particular domain or target. So it gives you an idea. There are a lot many other things which it provides. We'll be showing you the demonstration of the same. And when we are going to move to the second tab, that is detailed technology profile, it will go to that particular website or that particular target and then tries internal links from that particular URL or from that particular target. It also provides you the date from when it has first detected and when it is last detected. So it will give you a list of all those various frameworks. Now see here, there are a number of widgets which is being used, and it has the list of frameworks also which is being used along with its detailed information. So when it was first detected, when it was last detected, related to your JavaScript queries, JavaScript libraries and functions. Then it also talks about, sometimes it also provides you the version as well, which version of this language is being used. Now, if you see it here, it is providing us ASP.NET 4.0, PHP language is being used. Then these are the JavaScript libraries and functions, when it has been first detected, when it has been last detected, along with the subdomains as well. So it is also showing me a list of all those various URLs which are being associated with this cdag.in. So this is the main domain, and these are the subdomains which are actually being given or being associated with this particular target. And also it is providing you the details of SSL certificates, then email hosting providers, the web servers which are being used by this particular target, when it was first detected, when it was last detected. You can even click, these are the links, you can click on these particular text which is being written here, and then you can go through some more details to this particular target. So this is basically detailed technology profile, where you can go to a particular option and there itself you can get lot of other information about it. So if you want to get the information about this particular subdomain, even you can go and get that particular information as well. Then we have metadata profile. This metadata profile, for this you require to log in. So if you can log in, then you'll be getting the metadata profile about this target. Then we have relationship profile. So here it will tell you the tag history divided into different IDs. And whenever you are going to hover your mouse pointer into a particular ID, it will tell you what all CDAC websites are connected to this ID. When you mouse over your pointer here, then it will actually select those various CDAC subdomains which are actually being related to this particular ID. So that also relationship profile the attacker can get, that what all websites are actually connected with this domain with which ID. So these are the connected website that also will be getting it through BuiltWith. And even you can just, these are the links, you can click on these links and you can further move to the detailed information about this particular subdomain. So let's first see this, how this BuiltWith works, and then we'll be moving further. So again, I request Divyansh to kindly share his screen and show how BuiltWith works.
So let me show you the demonstration of BuiltWith. So first we will try to find out, go to straight away builtwith.com. So I'll just write BuiltWith, and the first link that I will get, I'll just right click and open it in a new tab. So this is the website of BuiltWith. Either you can log in or sign up for free. So here, find out what websites are built with. So we'll write a website name such as CDAC and just try to get whatever information we have. So this is a website or the domain that we wrote, which has the CDAC name.in of the TLD, top level domain. And we have got multiple columns about our website of technology profile, detailed technology profile, metadata profile, your relationship, and the redirect profile. So right now the technology profile will give us the summary about our website, and even the developers and the hackers use this particular website to just gain some of the insights about the particular website. So analytics and tracking summary is been given with the telling us that this website uses Google Analytics along with the Analytics Classic and Universal Analytics along with this global site tag. So this is used to basically increase the particular rankings of the particular websites. The next is widgets, which contains the Google Tag Manager that is necessary for these tags, and the COVID-19 block. Next with the frameworks is .NET, because our website is created in .NET. And then we've got the mobile section, which contains the viewport meta iPhone/mobile compatible. Then we have got the respond page for the JavaScript libraries and functions. So the third party with all the JS files and all. We got the verified link along with the careers. We got the name server, EasyDNS, email hosting providers with the SPFs, SSL certificates, GeoTrust, SSL, DigiCert, and Rapid SSL. Then we've got the web servers with the IIS, operating system and servers, IPv6 are enabled, webmaster registration, Google Webmaster. But in this, one can just look at, this is just the summary of CDAC.in. That means altogether, we are only getting the information about CDAC.in only. But when we will click on detailed technology profile, you will get again the CDAC.in summary, but with like straight away information of the particular module that we are using, along with the first detected, last detected. We have already seen these all information in the technology profile of CDAC.in domain. We already know about analytics, classic analytics, global site tag, widgets, COVID-19. We've got Google Tag, Adobe Connect, WebEx Panel, Workplace by Facebook, reCAPTCHA, Google Custom Search Frameworks, .NET 4.0 and PHP. Then we've got the content delivery network of GStatic and Microsoft Ajax, mobile functionality, port meta and iPhone mobile compatible. That means you can open this particular website in any of the formats, iPad or iPhones. Then we've got the JavaScript libraries of jQuery. So it tells us a lot about the particular modules that we use in our particular website. So let's go a little bit downwards. So we already know it's IPv6 enabled with all of the servers. We've got the copyright here also written. But when we go down, we are able to see the other things also, like ctag.in/star or asterisk, which contains and gives us the information about other website the other website that have other modules also with the widgets of tick box, language, frameworks, along with the payment and all. So it tries to give us whatever it is able to find out, and tries to display this particular information here. But when we go a little bit below, when you scroll down, we are able to get the subdomain information as well. So this is the rtws.cdag.in, and we are able to get the information of JavaScript library and function, JQplot, Explore Canvas, and the web servers of Tomcat, Coyote, and Apache. So we are able to get the RTWS information also with the SCDC subdomain. So we are also getting the information, each information of subdomains of RTWS, SCDC, eSign, FCAT, ICT-IPR, Bioinfo, Medinfo, FCAT, and our other web servers. So we are able to get all of the information regarding our website along with the subdomain information in this particular detailed technology profile. So it tries to scan each and everything that it is able to find. For the metadata, let me click on it. Metadata, you need to log in. It tells you who is the particular owner of that particular server or the particular where the particular website has been stored. Let's go to relationship profile. For that, we need to just solve the CAPTCHA. So the relationship profile will tell us about the Google Tag Manager, the tag IDs. So this is the ID of Google Tag Manager. This is the GTM one. So it tells us that when it was detected and whichever websites are connected to it. So they have the ctag.org.in, ctag Chennai, ctag Hyderabad, ctag India, and nsmindia.in. It was detected in Jan 2011. Last detected was the updation March 2020. So it tells us some of the information. The next is GTM. It also tells us the same thing about with the Google tag one. Whatever websites are connected with it: amravati.gov.in, appsports.in, cca.gov.in. Let's move to the next. That is the redirect profile. So for the redirect profile is basically it has scanned our ctag.in, and in the website we would have a particular link which is linked to ctag-hyderabad.in along with the when it was detected, last detected country. So if you click on the particular link, you will be redirected to ctag Hyderabad main domain website. So these are all the information that you will find in BuiltWith.com. Now.
Yeah. So from BuiltWith, I think we were able to identify a few of the information. Now, still we have lot to find it out. We have lot many information about a particular target, and that we need to find it out from different sources, so that we should be able to easily gain the access to a particular machine and maintain the access also. So that is what the hacker objective is to do. So we have few more tools to identify the information, to gather the information. Now we have one more tool known as Netcraft. Now this Netcraft is basically a website, even a browser extension, which allows easy lookup of information related to a site which you are accessing on the browser. And it also provides you the protection from various different kind of attacks like phishing attacks, malicious JavaScript attacks, cross-site scripting attacks, and all. So this is basically a tool, or we can say we can add it as a browser extension to our browser, and whatever websites we are opening, corresponding to that website, we can even get the detail about that website through this Netcraft extensions. Now, how to use that, what all features it provides, why we are suggesting to use this particular website as a independent website or a browser extension, because It provides you a detailed site report. So as an end user also it is good, because if you are having any doubt, any confusion whether this particular website is a correct one or it is a phishing website, you can just go to that particular Netcraft, and then you can get the details about this particular report. So you can simply click that Netcraft logo. Will be showing you how that Netcraft logo will be there, will be coming to your browser. So you can just click that Netcraft logo and you can get a lot of information about the site which you visit, and based on that you can decide whether you want to share your credentials with this particular website or not. Then we have risk ratings. Now risk ratings is basically the ratings which is being given to this particular site by different users. If anyone has actually rated this particular site as phishing site and all, that also you will be very easily see to that. Netcraft will inform you about the same. It is actually providing the rating between 1 to 10. Then we have conveniently, you can also report the particular website if you suspect this is a phishing or a fraudulent site. By simply clicking on a particular button, you can even report that particular site, so that other users may be getting a warning about the same. So this Netcraft is useful for end user also, as well as for the attackers, because this Netcraft is providing a lot of information about a particular website which can be misused by the attackers. What all information that we'll be seeing it. So it protects you against cross-site scripting attacks, your phishing attacks, and even your malicious JavaScript kind of attacks also. So it provides you a warning on those various websites which has these kind of malwares or these kind of viruses chosen into that. Then it will provide you a warning about the same. Now how to use this Netcraft? Now, if you remember, while we were doing Google docking, we have identified one vulnerable website. We'll be trying to identify more and more information about this vulnerable website only, and this we have identified using Google Docs. So what we will do, we will open Google and we will type their Netcraft extension. The first link which you are going to get, you just click on that, and then it will ask you to add to Chrome. So this is basically a extension which is coming through Chrome Web Store. So this is actually a reliable one. When you click on add to Chrome and just open your browser, you will be seeing that there is one particular logo of with the N. You will be getting this. Now, whatever website you will open and just click on this N logo, Netcraft logo, you'll be getting a very brief information about this particular website. And here it is, you are also getting a health bar showing the risk rating for this particular website. So it says risk rating is 0. So 0 to 10, 0 is basically a positive one and 10 is going to be the negative one. And it is showing you the country, the site rank, when it has been first seen, host, the URL of the site. If I want to get more information about this particular website, as a hacker or as a penetration tester, I can simply click on this particular link, that is coder.cc. And when I'm going to click on this link, it will give me a detailed report about this particular website and make me reach to its own official website, that is toolbar.netcraft.com. If you don't want to add it as an extension, no issues. You can simply open that particular as a website and then you can provide the URL here and then check it out. Now here it is providing you the background information about that particular target. It will provide you the information related to network, what is the site, domain, IP address. Now this again, there are some information which is actually crucial for attacker to gain access to that machine. So it's providing you the net block owner, name server, reverse DNS and all. Also it is providing you the hosting history. So we just scroll down a little bit, we'll be getting the information about the hosting history, the framework, the technologies which is being used by this particular website and all. So it provides you the information about the network, that is what we have seen. It provides me the information about the hosting history, where we have the NetBlock owner, the IP address, the operating system which is being used, the web server which is being used. And this information is really important for attacker to gain the access. This is some of the information which attacker will take as an entry point, and then it will again use some more sources and some more tools, and then try to even get the information on the versions of these web servers as well. So that if it is getting that versions also, then he can very easily search it in Google that what are the vulnerabilities for this particular version of web server. Then he can get a list of vulnerabilities if it is having, and then with the help of those vulnerabilities, he can very easily exploit that. Even you will also be getting how to exploit the vulnerabilities of web server Apache this version. So you will be getting a lot of information about it also. So these are some of the information which you can get it from Netcraft. So this is basically your information. Then we have Shodan. We'll be seeing the demonstration of this. Let's move to the next tool, or you can say a browser extension as well. So Shodan is again a very famous resource or tool which help us to identify more and more information about a particular target. And this is again one of the favorite of attackers because it provides you a lot of information about a particular target. So you can even cross-check some of the information which you have received it, which you have extracted it from other sources like BuiltWith, Netcraft, and then you compare it with Shodan, and then you check it out that whether the information it is giving you the correct one or not. So that is also one of the reasons why we are using multiple tools for cross-checking, even getting more and more information about it. So one tool will not provide you all information. You have to use multiple tools, and then you have to get a lot of information. That is what the attackers are actually doing it. So here we have Shodan. Shodan is again a search engine which lets the user find specific types of computers like webcams, routers, servers, and also connect it to the internet using a variety of filters. So here, with the help of Shodan, even you can open that particular website as shodan.io. So you can just go to that particular website and can provide any device or any domain name, any term which you want to search it for. You can even search for cameras, you can search for routers, servers, domain names, and lot many other things. So it actually helps you to get lot of information about a particular device, about a particular target which you have mentioned in Shodan, and it also uses variety of filters. So as I told, it is providing you some information which already you have received from BuiltWith and Netcraft, but it has few other information which you have not yet received or not yet extracted, and that is what is your services and ports which are being open for that particular website or that particular target. So this provides you the information about the services and the ports which are open, and it also gives you a very nice idea about the vulnerabilities which are existing in that particular website. So again, it is useful for the developers. So if developers want to test their website, then they can simply use this Shodan and try to identify that what all vulnerabilities Shodan is actually extracting about that target. So as I told this, you can use it as a simple website also, or you can also put it as an extension, browser extension. So again, we are going to take the same website, which was a vulnerable one. So now we are going to scan this particular website and see that what Shodan is telling to us. How to use Shodan, very similar to your Netcraft. Just open Google, type it there, Shodan extension. The first link which you are going to get will be the Shodan extension. When you click on it, it will ask you to add to Chrome. Again, it is a part of Chrome Web Store, so reliable. You click on this add to Chrome, and once you click, you'll be getting this Shodan as a browser extension here with this logo. So this is 3 bubbles which you are seeing it here. Now, whatever website you are going to open using that browser, and just click on this particular Shodan logo, you'll be getting a brief introduction, a brief detail brief information about that particular website. So here it is telling you IP. You can check this IP with what Netcraft has provided us. So you can match it also. The city, country, and basic information about the organization who is hosting it or all. Then it is providing you some information about the ports as well. Here you see there are list of ports which are open and which may be vulnerable and which may provide access to the attacker to get into this particular website and can do whatever changes he wants. So here, if you see 80 is there, that is HTTP 443 HTTPS, then you have FTP and lot many other ports are being mentioned here. Now, if you want a detailed report on that, just click on this view host details. When you are clicking on this, again, it will make you to reach to its own official website, that is shodan.io, as I was telling that. You can directly open this shodan.io also if you don't want to use it as a browser extension. Here you can put that and just click on this search. You'll be getting a lot of information about that particular target. Now here, if you see here, we have the similar information as what we were getting it with Netcraft and the brief information what we were getting it with Shodan. Then it is giving you the information about the ports which are open, the services which are being running on that particular target. Along with the services also, it is giving you a lot of other informations as well. That will be seeing through demonstration how you can just find it out, the information from these various services which is being mentioned here. It is also giving you the web technologies which are being used by this particular websites. Let's see the detailed information. So this is the network information which is being provided by Shodan. These are the web technologies which is being used by this particular website. Then the services which are being running on that particular website, along with certain other information. So it is telling you which HTTPD service is basically from Apache, when date is being there, it is actually 200 OK, it is running here. And then it is also giving you few more information about that. We will also be comparing this information which we have received it from Shodan for this particular website to some another website which is a little bit secure. Then a very nice output of this Shodan is to mention or provide you a list of vulnerabilities which are present in that particular website. Now here you see this is CVE number, your common vulnerability exposure. Each and every common vulnerability exposure is being associated with the number. So this is basically number, this is the year when it is being identified, and a brief description about that vulnerability. So you can find it out, a lot of vulnerabilities in this particular website. If you want to know more about this, you can just copy this vulnerability from here, this CV number from here, open Google, paste it there, and then you'll be able to identify a lot of information about this vulnerability, how an attacker can exploit this, that also you'll be getting it, and how to overcome this vulnerability, that also you'll be getting it. So this is, as I told, this is good for developers as well, and also good for the attackers, because it gives you detailed information about that particular target. So now let's see the demonstration of Netcraft and this Shodan. And then we'll be moving further to few more tools which help us to gather the information. Divyansh, could you please share your screen now?
So as ma'am told us about Shodan and Netcraft, let me just go to Netcraft straight and Shodan. So first, we'll just write extension Chrome. So how to download such extensions? So first link that we get from chrome.google.com, we'll just open that link. So Netcraft extension Chrome will write in this particular search engine, and we'll get the Netcraft extension link here. So you have to just click on add to Chrome, and it will be added to you, and you can just see the overview and the reviews that you get. So here it's already written comprehensive site information and protection from phishing and malicious JavaScript when browsing the web. So they have already created that function that will help you to detect such attacks and all, and with the information required for that particular website. So they have already some of the information that you see about the particular website that you see on the online areas. So here we have CDAC. We'll just try to scan our website only. It's like a passive scanning, not the active one, because in the active you might be able to get the information about this type of scans. So they have already some of the information about our websites and all of the website because it's an old organization. Here, what we will do is like we will, after going to this particular website or any of the websites, you can just go to the top right corner of your screen and you will be able to find out the Netcraft extension. So it already tells you that Netcraft extension has access to the site. And when we click on it, we'll get the information of our website along with the report malicious URL. You can also report if you find out some malicious information about it. Here you will find the res rating that is 0 with the health bar. That means this is not a potential malicious website. It's a very good website. Along with the link of the website, with the site report links, the country of IN, that is India, site ranking, first seen, the host, that is CDAC only. We'll click on site report and we'll just wait for the particular report that will be shown from the particular website of Netcraft, which is sitereport.netcraft.com/URL equal to the particular URL. It will just open up its database and try to find out the particular website information. Let it load. So it has the information of all the websites that are on, that are not in your private network area, and they are all public information that is available on the internet. So it is able to find out the information of our website cdac.in. So we have got the background information. So first of all, let's tell you that CDAC has a very secured website and all of the secured websites will have less information on it. So we got the background information also not present here because we have not given that and secured it. We have got the date first seen of March 2009. Netcraft res rating is also not present there. Primary language English. Let's move to the network part. That is the important part. So we have got the site name, the domain name, the network owner, name server, hosting company, domain registry, and hosting country, name server organization, along with the IPv4 address. That is important, along with the wires total link. So the wires total link is basically has been given to us so that we can basically click on it and it will try to scan the particular website for any of the malicious content. If it's already been given to you, that means this particular website has no malicious content and it's a very safe website. Along with the organization, that is CDAC, then the IPv4 autonomous systems code, DNS admin has also been given, along with the IPv6 address, that because we have enabled that. We have got the IPv6 autonomous systems code. So we've got the DNS security that is unknown because we don't want to give that, and the reverse DNS is also unknown. So we get some of the information about this website that tells us that this website is original and authentic. It is not a fake website, so it has got some of the information that we need. But for a hacker, they just need a lot of information from a website. If it's not secured, there might be more information to find out about a particular vulnerable website. So the IP delegation of our website has been given along with the IP and where they have been linked to. IPv6 is also enabled. The hosting history has been provided along with the IP and the OS. That is also the fake info, along with the web server and the last scene. We got the center policy framework, whatever IPs that we have linked to, along with the DMRC and the web trackers, that is off. So as you can see, this particular website was created from 1995 and still now they are basically helping out to fish out all of the fake websites from the internet. So let's move from, because of Netcraft, we are able to find some of the information. So we will also compare it with the Shodan ones. Let's move to our next one, that is Shodan. We will also write Shodan extension, then Chrome, and press enter. We would be directed to the first link, that is also Chrome Web Store. that will have the particular Shodan extension. So whatever extensions that I'm currently upgrading my Chrome browser with are all from the Chrome web store only. So you have to just click on add to Chrome, and the Shodan will automatically be installed and be available on the top right corner of your screen along with Netcraft. So it is also a Shodan plugin, tells you where the website is hosted, who owns the IP, and what other services ports are open. So it is also just like your Netcraft, but will have much more functionality to detect your website's ports which are open, along with the certain information such as the vulnerability and all. So let's click on Shodan. So Shodan also shows us the same information as Netcraft had, with the IP address, host name, country, city, organization, and with the open ports, that is 80 and 443. 80 and 443 has been mentioned. That means these two ports are open in this particular website, but we have only 443 open because of the HTTPS protocol that we have enabled in our website. Let's click on view host details, and we'll just see the information. So CDAC's website is a very secured website, so our information will be of less on these type of websites. So as you can see, CDAC has the general information such as it was given in Netcraft, along with the port open that was not given in Netcraft. So we have got the port open in these type of ports open in our particular website of HTTP and HTTPS protocols. We got the port 80, and we got the server response, or the proxy data, or you should say the HTTP headers which get from the particular response from a particular website. We got some of the information such as your HTTP 1.1302 direct, that means redirect, that is website is available, along with the content type, location, access control, protection header, content type options, and content length. So we have got some information, but if it was not a vulnerable website, we would have got on a little more information from this particular request only. Let's go to 443, similar type of information, not that much, but we got the cookies, session ID, the variable name also with it for the session ID and all. So here you are able to see the web technologies, Bootstrap, jQuery, and Microsoft ASP.NET, which was not available on the Netcraft, but we are able to see it through here. But let me tell you, there are other websites that are also have the vulnerability on their particular website. We can also see that. Let me open one of the website, that is nestra.in. And if you compare it along with the website of our protected CDAC, you will find many information that they have showcased in there, like it is still available on their particular website. So they have this IP, hosting, country, and all, organization, along with the port open. So 2 ports are open just like our, but they have multiple ports that are still available on their website. Let's close this particular website and compare these 2 reports. So let this particular report open. So their website, this particular IP is similar to your if we are able to see it through Netcraft, similar. So we have got the general information. Okay, we've got the open ports. There are so many open ports that are available: 21, 22, your FTP, your SSH, HTTP, 110 for your, I think, the mail services and all, 443 and all. So we get a lot of ports that are open on this particular website, along with one more thing, like pure FTP is the service name running on this particular port 21, and you get the service name along with the particular functions that are still available on that particular version of this particular software. So site commands can be used by using just the vulnerability of this particular pure FTPD. Let's go downward. You will be able to see OpenSSH, the particular version that they are using. They are using a software known as OpenSSH on port 22 along with the version. So we get the version also. That is also available, so that you can find out the particular vulnerability that exists on this particular version, and it can be detected by the hacker. From the internet, it will try to basically attack on this website. We've got the Apache HTTPD service also, that is also available on this particular website, that is purely been seen by the Shodan. And you can see one more thing, we got the server Apache, we got its Apache application name, and we got new version. Okay, so nothing, but we still got some of the information. Let's go downward. We got the phone 4.3 is still open. We got the Extreme one is also along with the version. So we are getting a lot of responses from this website, and we are able to get a lot of information just by looking at this particular Shodan report. So there are lots of information that you would be able to find. We also find out that they are using MySQL version 5.6.49. So such type of things can be easily found. 3306, that is the default port for MySQL. And then we got the vulnerability section. So no, the device may not be impacted by all of these issues. The vulnerabilities are implied based on the software and the version. So as I told you, the software along with the version, if it's given, the vulnerabilities will be straight away given by the Shodan web application. So they have the CV for 2011, 2010, 2014, 2010, 2017, 2016, 2016, 2011, 2010, and on. So one can just copy this particular vulnerability and open this in a new link, or okay, just copy this vulnerability here and just try to open it in a new link. One man might be able to find the particular repository to basically attack such websites. They can go to the common vulnerabilities exposure website, cv.MeitY.org, might be able to look at what type of vulnerability exists, and they might get more information about it, and they will try to basically get into that particular website. So all of the information can be found out through your websites such as Shodan and Netcraft. But if you see a protected website, it will have less information. But if you see a vulnerable website, you will get a lot of information based on their particular website built. So this is how Shodan and Netcraft works in a particular scenario. This is how you might be able to get information, or hacker might be able to get the information to attack, and basically pen tester will try to save or the guard the particular information that is shown on that particular area and try to like prevent such type of attacks. Now,
yeah. So we all have seen how Netcraft and Shodan works and how it provides us the details about a particular website which we are accessing. And the attackers are also getting similar kind of data for the open ports and all. Even the vulnerabilities which are actually been there, that is also being extracted from this Shodan. Now after this, we have one new tool known as Robtex. Again, we are actually trying to give you a list of tools, and all these are open sources, and you can very easily search it through Google and can use this. So now this is another website and tool known as Robtex. This Robtex is basically used to extract IP numbers, domain names, and multiple information which it is gathering from the public sources. So this is basically a tool which is also being considered as ocean tool. When I say ocean tool, that is open source intelligence tool. So it tries to get the information from different public sources, and then it tries to extract it for us. So this is basically extracting the information about IP numbers, domain name, host name, autonomous system, routes, and all. The major aim and the objective of this Robtex is to try to get a lot of information from all the various public sources which it can communicate to, and then simply give us at one particular place. Now, how it works, let's again go to it. So here, this is the link for Robtex. You just open this robtex.com, or you can simply go to Google and type Robtex there. The first link which you are going to get will be the same one. So here, when you click on this Robtex, here you can see a text field which is asking us to provide either the host name, IP number, root, or your AS number. Now, if you are going to provide this and click on go, it will provide you the information about that particular target. It is also giving you a brief introduction about this Robtex. What is Robtex used for? Used for various kinds of research of IP numbers, domain names. What does Robtex do? It provides you multiple, uses various sources to gather public information about what all we have discussed. How to use Robtex? You can even enter an IP address or host name and so on. So we are going to use this Robtex and provide some domain name here and just click on that go button. When we are clicking it on, it is going to provide us the details in this particular multiple tabs. You can just go through each and every tab and can see what all information it is providing us. Analysis, quick info, reverse records, a lot many other things it is there. Let's see few of the information what is being provided by Robtex. So it gives you an analysis part where it says that CDAC.in has 3 name servers, 2 mail servers, and 2 IP numbers. What are the name servers? So it's providing you the list of name servers as well. Mail servers, also it is providing you the IP numbers, it is providing you, and few of the other websites which are very similar to this particular target. So these are some of the sites which are actually being found as a result. So it gives you a brief idea about that particular part as well. And if you click on quick information, you can get a quick information about the target or the domain which you have selected. So this is basically IP number, the name server, and the mail servers which you have seen it, and few other information about this particular target. So that will be better. We'll be seeing the demonstration and see that what all information it is going to provide. So, but before seeing the demonstration, let's also discuss one more tool, which is again help the attacker to find it out, the path, the way that how it is going to enter to that particular target and exploit that. And that is basically the concept of identifying the subdomains of a particular website. So if the attacker is not able to identify any possible vulnerability on a particular website, so that he should enter to it and exploit the system or exploit the target, then he tries to identify the possible subdomains which are associated with the domain, and then tries to identify the details from or out of these subdomains. So what all subdomains are, what all technologies, frameworks being used by that particular subdomain, is there any older version of a particular technology being used by that subdomain? If yes, then they try to identify the subdomain and try to enter from that particular path. So there is findsubdomains.com, one of the website which is basically been designed to find the subdomains that actually belong to a particular organization. And to get that, there is one particular URL or tool, you can say it as spice.com. You can simply open Google and just type it out, spice subdomain. You'll be getting this particular link. Now, when you click on this spice.com subdomain, and here this is the home page of that, you can simply provide the tag, the domain which you want to search for, and as soon as you click on the button, you will be getting a lot of subdomains which are actually been associated with this. Sometimes developers create some subdomains for a particular purpose, but maybe later on they intentionally or unintentionally tries to forget to remove that subdomain. So in that case, the attackers are trying to find it out, that kind of subdomains which are being associated with the domain but not being used currently, and might be they are having certain kind of older versions which is being used by that subdomain. So here if we see, we have a lot of subdomains, 50 results is being identified, and even you can click on this, you are also getting the IP of this. Now you can also get more and more information about this particular subdomain in the same manner what we were trying to get the information for a particular domain. So you can just type this npsf.cdac.in and use any of these open sources, and then can get a lot of information about this particular subdomain as well. So this is how this subdomain will provide you a lot of information. So we will be seeing how you can dig into the details of this particular subdomains, how you can able to identify more and more information about these subdomains as a pen tester or as a hacker, and then how they are using these information. So now let's see the demonstration of these two, and then we will be moving forward. So again, I will be request Divyansh to share his screen. and show these two tools which we have discussed. One is Robtex, second is subdomain scanner.
So we'll try to find out Robtex first. So Robtex, first link we have to go to it. So we'll write Robtex in the search engine, and the first link that we'll get is welcome to Robtex. We'll click on it. So we will get welcome to Robtex website. Here what we have to do is like write the host name, IP number, route or AS number that is associated to that particular website. So here we will write cdac.in and press enter. So we are getting cdac.in domain here, and all of the information will be present when we will scroll down. So we are getting the analysis part, the quick info, the reverse, records, SEO, search engine optimization, WOT, Alexa, threat miner, shared graph, history, whois, DNS, BL, and graph old. So we will get some of the information of our particular website, such as an analysis part. Let's go there. We've got it has 3 name servers, 2 mail servers, and 2 IP numbers. So for a developer, it's great that he would be able to see such information. For a hacker, it is also great because he might be able to see that they have 3 name servers, 2 mail servers, and 2 IP numbers. That means he might try to look at the both IP as well as the 3 name servers along with the mail servers for any of the information. Easy DNS name server, we have DNS1, DNS2, and DNS3. With .com, .net, and .org. Then the mail servers of mx1.cdac.in with mx4.cdac.in, and the 2 IP numbers of IPv6 and IPv4 that are linked to cdac.in. There are other results also found which are like similar domains linked with CDAC but are like different. They are like similar domains but are not linked with CDAC. .b, .biz, .ca, .com, FR for France, info, it, JP, and link, and LK. So there are other also results found that they were able to find it about CDAC. So let's go to quick info. Then the quick info will get the summary of the host name, the fully qualified domain name of cdac.in, the host name, the domain name, the registry of India, TLD is top level domain, that is India, IP numbers, name servers, and mail servers. So same information in the analysis is also being given in a much more representable way in the quick info. Let's go to the records. So records are basically the hierarchical analysis of the entity. We got the IPv6 address along with the route table, the BGP number, meaning the AS number, along with the AS name, and along with the particular description that it's linked to CDAC Pune, location India and all. So you get some of the information from here also, how they are basically linked to each other and what are the IPs and all. So all of the information can be provided in the records part. Let's go to the SEO, the search engine optimization information. We get the rankings of our website, Alexa, Syscombrel, and Majestic. Let's go to WOT, Web of Trust Reputation Score. It takes a lot of time. Let's go a little bit down. Then we might be able to see the Alexa ranking. We don't want that. The threat miner is still not functional. The shared area. So this tells us the forward and request, the forwards and reverse request of the particular DNS that has been set about our website. So you can see the C name along with the PTR, IP number, sharing IP numbers, name server, the IP numbers of the shared numbers, and mail servers. All of the information that related to the host name along with the IP numbers are showcased in this particular area. So one might be able to see this, a hacker might be able to see this, or a pen tester, so that they try to minimize this type of information. So we get some of the information regarding our website from this shared area. Let's go to graph, history, and whois. So this still takes a lot of time. But one might be able to see a lot of information when they are fully loaded. We got the DNSBL, stand for DNS block list. So some of the block lists have been provided from our website. Then we have got the graph that is old. As you can see, this graph will tell you the hierarchical way how they are all linked to our cdac.in website. So it's a big graph that is still available, or that is available for our website, but it's old. It's already written that it's an old, the static graph over the entity and the related entries and all. So all of the things that you find in the above information area, you might be able to link it all with this. This is also one of the features of Robtex. So they give you a little bit of pen tester type of area where you are able to find such information. Let's move to the next one. That was subdomain scanner, spice, enter. So this is also like Robtex will show us a lot more information, but the subdomain scanner spice will try to show us information in a much more representable way. So let me write cdac.in and click on search. So as you see, we were able to find the subdomain through your BuiltWith Robtex, I think BuiltWith only, and we were able to find the type of third-party modules that they use in this particular in their websites or the subdomain we're using. In this subdomains, we might be able to find out the subdomains area directly along with the domains that are linked to our website. So you are able to see domains that might be linked to our website. There are with the site title and all. Let's see one of them. So this is one is ns1 v6.cdac.in, mx2 cdac.in, iplugin.cdac.in, and chti cdac.in. So some of the information will be provided to us in the subdomains area. You can even use these type of queries that they have. You can filter the particular search that you want from this particular website domain name. Just click on the overview. You might be able to find more information regarding the website, the general info along with the global rank, the status code that sees that our website is still visible and is open. Then you got the overview such as the 33 same domains with different suffixes, 2 domains with same favicon, and 1 domain with same site along with the 2 IPv4 hosts during using domain as PDR, 1 incoming redirects. So we get the DNS record which has 18 records inside of this particular link to our particular domain, which has the type A link to our website, the main website, the 196.113.45, then the mail server, then the name server. So all of the information regarding our website are easily available along with the DNS record in this particular subdomain scanner. So we have got the security score of 100. That means our website is the secure one, along with the technologies that we have got like Microsoft ASP.NET, Bootstrap, IIS, and jQuery, along with the crawl results, 9 HTTP headers, 5 meta tags, and all. So we are able to see much more information, or even the hacker, if he might be able to see this, he might be able to get the IP address, and if he's not able to crawl in one of the websites or one of the main links or one IP, he might be able to try to find out the vulnerabilities in other IP addresses and will try to get in the inside of that particular website. So hackers or any pen testers would hackers might try to find some other backdoors to get inside with some vulnerabilities by using the subdomain scanners. Pen tester might be able to save that particular area where the particular hacker might go in. So he might be able to search such areas and will try to detect such areas and will try to prevent such vulnerability to happen. So there are a lot of information that you are able to find through this particular subdomain scanner. You just need to look at the reports that they have created along with the technology, subdomains, email addresses, and etc. along with the crawl results. So you might be able to find much more information. Let's go to email addresses. So here are the email addresses that are still present on our particular website. You can basically start your trial to see more. So they have given you all of the information. We just let us go to the DNS record also. They have linked all of the records. They are able to find the 18 records. So we might be able to find all the IPs that are linked to our main website. So this is how particular subdomain scanner would work to basically help the particular hacker to find a vulnerable link, or a particular pen tester to basically detect and prevent such attacks. Ma'am.
Yeah. So we have seen this Robtex and subdomain scanner also. That is also giving you some additional information what we were not able to extract it from the previous tools. So each and every tool, whatever we are demonstrating here, is actually helping you to get more and more information about the target, and that is what is information gathering technique. So the most of the time which the attacker is actually taking in this particular phase only, because once we are able to get all these information, now it's very easy to use that automated tool and try to gain the access to that particular system. Now we have two more things to discuss it with you, if the time allows us to do that. Now we have the other one, maybe you have heard about it, is known as Wayback machine. Now, what is this Wayback machine? This is basically a service which is being provided to the people to visit archived versions of the websites. So as it is written here, the Wayback machine is a digital archive of www founded by the Internet Archive, which is a non-profit organization. So here, with the help of this Wayback machine, we are actually able to capture the text links onto the calendar. Maybe we can also identify that what all screenshots have been saved for a particular website on a particular calendar date. So with this, again, the attacker will get a lot of information that how frequently this website is actually been changing, what all changes they have made it in their website, what all technologies now they are working into. So a lot of information you can get it from this Wayback machine while only seeing the captures, while only seeing the screenshots of the website. Now here I would like to mention one more thing, that if anyone finds out that whether it is able to archive the email or it is able to archive the personal pages and all, then that answer is no. It will only be able to archive the public pages which are being provided the access to the general public. Now for that, you can just go to this link, https://archive.org.web. Now when you are going to go to this, you will be asked for a target website to be selected. You can provide that, and then maybe you can select the year from the calendar, that for which year you want the details of this particular website to gather or to extract. So this is your Wayback machine. Here it is asking you to provide the domain name or the URL of that particular website which you want to browse. So just you pass it on here, any of the target, and just click on browse history, and it will provide you a sort of calendar kind of page. Now here you can see we are getting a calendar with some green colored marked dates. Now when we are hovering a mouse pointer here on this particular green colored, you will be getting a few details about it, which talks about the snapshots. Now on this particular date, for this particular website, 2 snapshots have been taken. If you can, these are nothing but the links. You can click on this and you'll be getting the snapshot which was being taken on that particular date. So this helped the attacker to get the information about a particular website, how it looks like and all. And you can see it here, it was being created in 2005. So you are getting this graph as well, showing you that how much changes has been done in this particular year in that particular website. So you can just have an option of comparing the changes as well. So the comparison is also being there. See here, changes is basically a tool you can use to identify and display the changes. So what all changes has been done, that can also be very easily identified from this Wayback machine. So this is one part, and this is another part. This was basically the older version of that particular website. This is the newer version of the website where there are certain changes is being done. So that also you can very easily identify from this Wayback machine. So how it will help you out, what all information it is giving you, that we'll be seeing the demonstration of that. After this, I also want to discuss one thing, one particular tool which is again being said as an ancient tool known as SpiderFoot HX. Now this is one of the tool which provides you a lot of information by collecting it from, again, multiple public sources. That's why I said it is an OSINT tool, open source intelligence tool. It gives you the information about IP address, domain name, email addresses, usernames, and lot many other things. So this SpiderFoot HX is again can be accessed by finding it out through Google, and here you have to register it with your email, and then with a particular email you will only be getting the chance to identify the information about only 3 targets. So if you want to have more targets information together, you have to register with another email ID to this particular tool. Now how it works, now see here, this is SpiderFoot HX. If you can just type it in Google, SpiderFoot HX, you will be getting the first link. This is SpiderFoot.net HX. This is the home page. You can see it is actually telling you that this is a reconnaissance tool and investigation tool, and here it will ask you to register for this particular in this particular tool by providing your email ID here. So generally when these kind of tools are asking us to provide our email IDs, we're not providing our personal and official email IDs, otherwise our emails are going to fill up with lot of scam mails. So for this, spam mails. So for this, what we are doing, we are actually identifying one temporary mail, and then we may also provide that temporary mail here. So how to identify temporary mail? Very easily, I think most of you might be aware of it. Simply go to Google and type temp mail. You'll be getting a lot of temporary mail generation links. Any of the temporary mail generation link you can open, and you'll be getting one temporary mail. That will be the mail which will work as you are working with your existing emails. It will have your inbox and all the emails can come to that, and you can view that particular email as well. So for this, you are going to register with one of the temporary email. So SpiderFoot, what it does, it sends you one link in this particular email for changing or updating the password, so that you can get access to this SpiderFoot. So that will be showing you how this process is being done. Once we are going to change the password and all, then it provides us with this particular page where it will ask me to create a new scan. We click on that. It will be asking me about a particular name to be provided to this scan, the domain which we want to scan it, and then we click on run scan now. When we are clicking on this run scan now, it takes time to scan this particular domain and gives us a lot of information about that particular domain. And that is what attackers are also using this to gather more and more information about it. So still it is running. You can see this screenshot is of running. It is showing you that total data elements, these main number of elements has been checked till now, out of which these are the unique data elements, these are the errors. And when it actually gets aborted, see these main number of information you are getting it about a particular domain. Now total data elements, this much has been checked, unique data element, this, errors are this, and what are the correlations about the details, that is also been specified here. It has been aborted, otherwise if it would have run completely, it would have provided us a lot more information about it. As I told, this actually takes time to scan each and every information from each and every link, and then it tries to provide you a lot of information. Now if I want to see what all information it has extracted, then you can just go to this particular tab, that is browse by. Just click on this. This is a drop down menu. Just click on this. The first option you'll be getting it browse by data. So browse by data will be the first link which you'll be getting. Just click on that, and based on the data type, what all it has extracted from that domain, it will provide you the list of all these various data. Now it will tell you just opposite to that data type, that what all vulnerable entities it was able to identify related to this data type. so that it will mark with red. Now it's a long list, so what we have to do, we have to just we want that all those vulnerable entities should come on the top. So what we have to do, we have to mark this list, or we have to view this list in the descending order. For making it in descending order, you just double click on this risky part. Once you double click on this, you'll be getting all those various red marks, all those vulnerabilities on the top. Now you can click on these vulnerabilities and then see what all information it is providing. And believe me, lot of information attackers are actually getting it from this particular SpiderFoot as well. So this is a very nice tool for attackers for getting the information, and then exploiting it can be done very easily once they are able to get the information. So we'll be showing you the demonstration of the previous one, and if possible we can show you the demonstration of this, or we can show you the report which already we have created for some of the training. So because it takes time, so we can show you a little bit process how we can do it, and then we can discuss the report as well, what we are getting it out of this SpiderFoot. Other than that, I would also like to share one of the link here, which is basically a list of Ocean tools. That is oceanframework.com. Just open this oceanframework.com. I will be asking Divyansh to show this particular link to you as well. There you will be getting a lot of Ocean tools available for multiple purposes. So if you're interested in getting more and more information about it, you can just click to any of these tools which are mentioned in this Ocean framework. Try to go through at least one tool in a day or two, and then try to use that tool to gather information about a particular target. So with this, I will be switching over to stop sharing my screen and asking Divyansh to fastly demonstrate what we have discussed, and then we'll be moving towards the question answer session. So Divyansh, could you share your screen? Yeah.
So let me open the Wayback Machine. So you can write Wayback Machine on the Google search engine. The first link of archive.org will be the Wayback Machine's main link. So in this particular Wayback Machine, you can basically find the particular website that was created long ago. That means you can see when the website was first created and how it is looking in the particular year right now. So for that, you need to just write the domain name. So you know that CDAC's main website was first seen in NetCraft. Also, it's written 2005. So when you will click on the 2005 year, and then go to the particular date when this particular website was first created, you might be able to see the website's snapshot. So let me open one of the snapshots of August, so that we are able to find how this website looked during March. So this is how CDAC's website looked when it was first like in the month of August in 2005. So this is how CDAC's website looked when it was first in the particular stages in August, and we are able to see this website through here. So let me also open the website of 2020 so that we will get more idea about it. Let me open both of them. So in Wayback Machine, they are basically have created the particular storage type of thing that where you will be able to find out websites when it was first being presented online, and till now how the websites have progressed. So Wayback Machine is basically a particular platform where they basically save these particular websites using a hash protocol, and all of the websites are encrypted. So that means these websites information will not be duplicated, but all of the information regarding when the website was created, when it was first published, till when it is, how it is looking right now in 2020 will be present in this website. So you are able to see the 2020 version of our website, and you are able to see the 2005 version of our website. So I think you can see how it looked like when it was started and how it ended like this. So it has been a very great development in our website if you are able to see through it. But how this particular Wayback Machine could be used by a hacker or any of the pen testers, basically they will try to search how this website have been performed, whatever they will try to search between the two websites templates and all. They will try to find out what type of things they have changed and what type of features they still exist in the future one, even if they have hidden it or like they're in the background of it. So they will try to just search it, and if they find out that they might be able to get the information through these two new and old website, and they might be able to like get inside this particular website. So this can be used in that way also. And Wayback Machine has like millions of websites stored inside of it area where you would be able to get the information of that particular website that you want to search, along with how they have progressed through the years. So they might be having a vulnerability that might not be available on the future ones, but in the previous versions they might be having that vulnerability, and you might be able to see it through Wayback Machine. So they are basically the one of the best archives where you would be able to find out all of the information regarding your website when it was first created to how it is still now in the present era. So let's move to SpiderFoot. So let me just open SpiderFoot HX website. So SpiderFoot HX is one of the OSINT scanners that are available on the internet. And to access that, you need to have a temp mail or a temporary email ID so that you can basically create your own profile on this particular website. They have a feature of the OSINT scanning. That means they will actively scan the particular domain's information on the whole internet, and they will try to find out all of the information like a spidering effect about your particular domain. For that, you need to create a profile, and for that you need to enter your email address and wait for the particular email to arrive at your fake email ID. So it takes a lot of time as shown in the PPT. So you will receive a particular email and you are able to see the image of that particular dashboard that you get when you try to start scanning in this particular through this particular website. So let this particular mail arrive. So it takes a lot of time for this particular registration. You will get a mail on your temporary email ID, and then after that you need to register to this particular profile and basically give them a new password. After that you will be given a particular dashboard where you can basically start your scanning. For any of the free IDs, you might be able to get 3 scan for 1 ID. So these scans can be of anything. You can basically scan your own email ID, your own number, the IP addresses, even your domain name. So if you write the domain, you might be able to get a lot of information regarding your domain. Whatever is available on the internet, the OSINT scanner, the open source intelligence scanner, will scan and try to give you in a very much formatted data of that particular website. Like this, as you can see on the left side, on the right side of your screen, the Fredo botnet analysis has been done, and a lot of information regarding that data elements along with the unique data elements, unique and versus non-unique, and all of the information regarding will be displayed on this particular dashboard. So we have gotten the account password reset link. Let me click on that particular email. We'll get the particular email here. So let me just copy this particular whole URL, and we'll open this in a new link. We'll enter a new password, submit it, and we might be able to enter this particular dashboard. Right now, when we will enter such dashboards, our main thing is like, okay, so I think we already did a scan on this particular temporary ID. So we have gotten that one feature. Okay, so this was a previous scan done, I think on first, maybe, I don't know. So when you click on scan area, what you have to do is like when this is a new dashboard, you will get a new scan button here on the right side of your screen, where you can basically name the target. So I already named the target. I will write test1. This is the name of the target. I'm just writing my own random name. The scan target can be written here. You can write you can write here domain name cdac.in along with the test one. Where I have written the domain name is because this is the area where you will write the domain name, and this is a name that you can give to your particular scan. You just have to write the domain name here, or you can write even the number, email ID, and etc. by using a semicolon if you want to separate those particular searches. We've written the name of the scan along with the name of the particular domain. We'll click on run scan. Now it will automatically try to scan and will give the report when the particular scan has been completed. So we have already scanned our particular cdac.in website, I think. So what we'll do is like click on test. It's already been scanned. That's why, because it's a limited type of scanning, and due to the time restrictions, you will get a limited type of only. So they have already scanned this particular website or this particular ID, I think email we have used. We'll click on browse by, click on data type, and we'll click on risky. So as you can see, the risky factors will tell you what type of data that is harmful to your website and linked to your website. You can click one of the data and you would be able to find what type of data they have, what type of risky factor they think could be leading to your website. So we have email addresses, we have similar domains. So such type of data could be find out through the spidering of OSINT or the SpiderFoot HX. So we have got the similar domains. So similar domains is also one of the risky factors, as because someone can buy such domains. They're basically easily purchasable if you go to their domain, and someone can use their particular domain in their particular phishing attacks. So this is also one of the risky factors. Similar domain is also one of the risky factors that can link to our particular website, and such information can be find out through our particular SpiderFoot OSINT scanner. So this is just like you can just click here and do the normal scan. You might be able to get it, as because this is a passive scan. Many of the information shown here would be all gathered from a particular internet, and you might be able to see all of the information gathered at one point.
Yeah, Divyansh, I think that's fine. So now everyone is able to know how SpiderFoot works. They can try it out on their own and can find it out the information about the same. So this is what was information gathering actually. Techniques, there are a lot of tools, lot of techniques which are actually being used for gathering the information about the target. It's again impossible to demonstrate each and every one, but we have picked up few so that you should be able to get an idea how the attackers and penetration testers are actually using these open source tools and all to gather the information so that the target can be exploited easily. So with this, I thank you all, and I'm open for the questions. If there is any question, please let me know so that we can answer it, and then we will be breaking for the lunch. If any other query you have related to web application security, related to network security, you can just mail it to us. It's my mail ID is nehakapoor@cdac.in. You can just mail it and we will try to answer to your queries. Any other question, if anyone has, they can ask. Else we can break the session for lunch. Now there's one question which I'm getting is how to secure the open ports. So ports, if it's open, then maybe you can go for firewall and all, and can set those various ports to close. As if you are using Windows, then you can just go to Windows Defender firewall, and then you can set up the go to the advanced settings. Each and every firewall will have your advanced settings link. You can go to that, and then there are certain I don't remember the term. There are certain, I think, rules are there, inbound rules. Yeah, so there are certain inbound rules which is being displayed. You can just click on that inbound rules link, and then from there you can set multiple rules. Now in that rules you can set what all ports has to be shown, what all ports has to be closed. So with that, there will be an option which you can just, there will be a radio button against, I think, all the ports. You can just click on that radio button and you can mention the rules for that. So this way you can simply close the ports which are actually being open. And if you want that the various information which is being gathered by these various browser extensions and tools, again, there is, robots.txt file. Maybe if developers are there, they might be linking with this particular text file. You can go to that particular robots file and then you can make the changes there. Even most of the developers, what they are doing, they are actually providing the wrong information to these various public sources, so that if the public sources of these various tools tries to get the information is going to be shown wrongly. And if it is shown wrongly, then the attackers are going to try to exploit that kind of version, that kind of operating system, that kind of frameworks, which will not be possible because the information which we have provided is wrong. So there are multiple ways to secure our website, secure our targets. Any other question? Mr. Naresh is there? Naresh, can we end the session and break for lunch?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And the next session starts at 1:45. Sure.
Yeah. So we'll be having a next session at 1:45, and that session again will be a very nice and interesting session. That will be overview of darknet, dark web, and cybersecurity, and that will be taken by Mr. Ram Govind Singh from CERT. So please don't miss the session and join on time. Thank you all. Thank you very much. And we'll be meeting at 1:45 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon. Sir, good afternoon. May I request you to kindly share your PPT?
Hello, good afternoon, Naresh. I'm audible.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Yes, sir. Very much.
Yeah. I think I have shared my slides.
Yes, sir.
I think it should be visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. So should I start?
We'll start in 1 minute, sir. Now it is 1:47 p.m. and we'll start at 1:48 p.m.
Okay. Let me know when we can start.
Yeah, I'm just sending a message to join member.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir. We can start, sir.
Okay. Very good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ram Govind Singh from Indian Computer Emergency Response Team. Today I'm going to talk about a very interesting topic, Introduction to Dark Web in Cybersecurity. So as we know about World Wide Web, Internet, and this is a very complex system where a lot of communication is going on 24 hours. Multiple mobile devices, computer devices, routers, IoT devices, a lot of devices are connected, and each devices are continuously performing the communication. In between all these, a new topic comes nowadays, which appears very frequently in day-to-day life. This is regarding dark web. In this talk, I will discuss about what is the concept of darknet and how it works. What is the concept behind anonymous services? Various kind of cyber security threats, cyber crimes that are originating from the dark web nowadays. I will discuss how it can impact our businesses, what can be the consequences of crimes that are being performed from the dark web. Consequences can include like what can be the social consequences, economic consequences, and what can be the cyber threats. I will also discuss how organization can follow a proper preventive measures in order to prevent sending their data to the dark market. So as we know that multiple search engines always try to collect data and discloses us. So those data which can be indexed by search engines like Google and Yahoo, all those data can be called as surface web. There are a lot of data which are hidden behind this surface web, like our medical records, subscription information, government resources. All these data is considered as a deep web. Out of all these data, there is a subset which is a collection of .onion websites. Those data is considered as a dark web. So let us discuss how this network is being created and how cyber criminals are using it for fraudulent activities. So if we look at the normal internet communication, then we want to define two properties. The first one is privacy. Like the privacy means how an individual can control how much information he should share over the internet. Whether the individual should have a choice that which information should be collected by website owner and which information should not be collected. The goal of individual is like he should submit as minimum as possible personal information to the website owner. After the introduction of latest bill like the GDPR and the draft version of Indian Personal Data Protection Bill, the privacy becomes more important. We can define privacy in the like user privacy and data privacy. Data means the user wants to share minimum information, minimum personal information over the internet. And anonymity. Anonymity is defined as can an individual be unknown to the internet, means whenever he is performing the communication over the internet, his identity should not be revealed. In the later part of this lecture, I will discuss whether this property is really required or not, and why different kind of cyber threat are being created because of this property. Before that, I will discuss how with the concept of dark net such a property can be achieved. Now, if we look at our normal TCP/IP protocol communication, like here I'm giving an example of a website communication. Consider a host A who want to send some data request to the web server. So during the transmission of this request, how TCP/IP protocol take place? During the sending of this request, the sender adds its source IP address, its source port number, its destination IP address and destination port number. Along with this, he also add the data which it wants to transfer to the internet server. Now, this data is being transferred through the different intermediary routers and goes to the internet server. Now, it's depend upon internet server whether he wants to reply back to the client or not. If it wants to reply back, then it prepare a reply message and add the address of the sender who has previously sent the request and attach the reply. This reply goes again through the different routers, and the sender, the host A, receives this reply. If we look at this communication, then we will find out that all our data is being passes through the different channels and ultimately being received to the website, web server or internet server. Now, the two property which we have defined earlier, can we say that whether these two property are being fulfilled or not? See, in the internet communication, different websites wants to collect our personal information. So we cannot say whether privacy is being fulfilled or not. Now let us come to the second point, anonymity. So if we observe this communication, then we will find out that if anybody who is sitting between these two, these two parties, we can say that person as a man in the middle. So he can easily observe that these two parties are performing the communication. He can easily find out what is the sender IP address and what is the receiver's IP address. Similarly, the internet server also knows that this is the IP address of a sender from where this request is coming. So in entire communication, the person who is either in the middle or the person who is receiving the request can easily identify the IP address of the sender. Now, can a user hide its identity over the internet? So this concept, these two properties are fulfilled by the concept of darknet. I will discuss how it works. Then I will discuss what are the disadvantages of this darknet. So the darknet is defined as it is as an overlay network. This network is being created on the top of the TCP/IP layer protocol. So we does not need to configure any specific set of hardware. Based upon some software changes, this network can be easily created on the top of the TCP/IP layer protocol. So in order to create this network, we need a set of some specific software and a set of specific configuration upon our any public public computer system. So we does not need any router. Any our public computer system can work as a part of this darknet. And as I mentioned, to access this kind of network, we need a specific software. We will discuss about it, and a set of specific configuration using which this kind of network can be accessed. And the set of websites which are created over the darknet, those websites is called as a dark web. So let us start from the history. So the history of darknet started from 1970s itself. Earlier, this term was being used parallel to the ARPANET. So all those content which was not the part of ARPANET, those things was considered as a darknet. Later, US Department of Defense has started a project that can we perform the communication over the internet where all our data traffic should be encrypted and no one in the middle should know about the identity of the senders. With this aim, this project was started, but this could not become successful. Based upon the idea of privacy and identity, later several researchers have started the concept of darknet, and they have given different argument that why such a property is really required. For example, they have given the example of rights of non-profit organizations or human rights. So due to different reason proposed by this community, they have started the project of darknet. So what are the reasons due to which we really require this property? For example, if we observe the internet communication, then we will find out that all our search are being recorded. Means whoever the website owner is, he records everything. Like if we are searching, like if we take the example of Google, then whatever search we perform, like the movie, about any restaurant or about any aeroplane tickets, so all these things are being recorded, and later whenever we visit different websites, these patterns are used to disclose the advertisement, and these recorded data are being used for different monetary purpose. Also, whenever we submit any data over the internet, these data are shared with different parties, and this shared data is not in the knowledge of the senders. Many websites are putting surveillance upon us, like what are our internet users behavior, how much he use the internet, what are the how much times he is spending over a particular websites. All these behaviors are captured by different websites and uses um, for different monetarial purposes. So here, if we look at these kind of activities, then we will figure out that somewhere our privacies are being breached. Similarly, if any user wants to search some sensitive topics like websites which has been blocked within your territory, and you still wants to access those websites, the purpose can be like you want to access for some cyber security analysis, you want to access for some genuine purposes. So how you can access those websites? Similarly, if there is a journalist who wants to publish some local news, or he wants to write some different viewpoints, or some human right wing who wants to publish, who wants to share some information, but he does not want to reveal his identity, or there is some law enforcement officers, some websites blocks the request if they find out that these requests are coming from a particular organization, or these requests are coming from a particular IP addresses. But if that law enforcement officer still wants to access those websites, then how he can access? Or for our defense purposes. So if we look at these property, then we will find out that there is a need of hiding of our identity, how a user can access those services and should not reveal his identity. So with all these motivations, different community has proposed the idea of anonymous network. This is known as dark web. So like a project is known as Tor. This is the most popular project, which is used as a dark web. Similarly, Freenet, I2P, or John Donim network, all these are used to access dark web or anonymous services. I'm going to discuss the idea of the Tor network. This is the most popular network that is used by multiple people, cyber criminals, to access the dark web. So I will discuss what is the concept of Tor browser, what is the concept of onion routers, and how Tor browser and onion router can collectively create a darknet. Then I will discuss about what is the concept of dark website and anonymous services, and what can be the cyber threat that is possible using this darknet. So the Tor project, the onion router project, was started from 1990s. So the goal of this project was to establish an internet communication that can provide the maximum level of privacy and the maximum level of anonymity. Based upon this, Tor network have been created. So it consists of two things. One is the Tor browser, and the other thing is onion routers. So what is the Tor browser? This browser is designed based upon modified Mozilla Firefox. So it consists of a Tor launcher, using which anyone can launch this browser. It does not contain any encrypts, and to establish the communication, it always uses an HTTPS connection. So whenever we download this browser and wants to perform the communication, all our traffics are routed through a dedicated Tor network. In this communication, all our traffics are encrypted and passes through the Tor network. Whenever we leave this browser, upon the termination of the session, this browser deletes our cookies values, our browsing history, and whatever session data it has stored. Because of this deletion, this browser provides the maximum level of privacy. Now, let us discuss how it's provide anonymity. So, when we install Tor browser, this browser is also known as onion proxies. It after the installation, it downloads a list of directory, a list of onion routers from a distributed directory server. This is a set of decentralized server from where this browser downloads a different set of onion routers. So these onion routers can be divided into three categories. Some routers are called as entry node, some routers are called as exit node, and some router called as relay node. So these entire list is downloaded by the browser before establishing the communication. Now, as of now, this browser is available for Windows, Mac, and Linux, and as well as for Android mobile. Now, the second thing of this network is onion routers. So any public system can work as an onion router by configuring a special set of services. This service is called as a relay services. So anyone can start relay services at a user level and configure their system as an onion router. So these systems are used to create an overlay network. Overlay network means the network will be set up upon the top of the TCP/IP layer protocol. So as we defined earlier, it can contain three kind of node. Any router can become either an entry node, it can become as a relay node, or it can be as an exit node. So exit node are very special node. These node are the point from where our Tor traffics leave the Tor network and enters into the normal network. So if any systems wants to become onion router, he has to define whether he wants to become an entry node, whether he wants to become relay node, or whether he wants to become exit node. When any node announced himself as an exit node, then he has to disclose some special things, like what are the services he is going to provide. For example, an exit node can announce that I will provide only website services, or I will be used only for email services, or I will be used only for file transfer services. Now, when exit node, when a router become an exit node, he can register himself to the directory server. During this registration phase, he will send their ID, their IP address, how much bandwidth it can consume, and what will be the exit policy. Exit policy means which kind of services he is going to provide. With all these values, he will register himself to the directory server. So when our browser wants to find out the list of exit node, he always select those exit node which has a good reputation. Now, let us discuss how it works. So entire network is based upon several cryptographic algorithms. It uses a different kind of cryptographic key as well as a few very beautiful cryptographic algorithm. So there are three kind of key that is being used in the network. One is identification key, the second is onion key, and the third is sort key. All these keys are used by either by the browser or by onion routers. In entire communication, all the traffics are encrypted using different encryption algorithm. For example, for some data, it uses a symmetric key encryption. For some data, it uses a public key encryption. And to share the key between two nodes, it uses Diffie-Hellman key exchange protocol. As we know that symmetric key encryption are when sender and receiver both uses a common key to encrypt and decrypt the data. In public key encryption algorithm, sender and receiver uses different key to encrypt and decrypt the data. Now, how the data is being transferred over this network? Now, suppose there is a sender S who wants to establish, who wants to access a website using this Tor browser over the darknet by hiding its identity. So in order to access these services, first of all, he will download 3 nodes as we have defined earlier. These node I am showing as a router 1, router 2, and router 3. So here all the routers are using 2 key. One is known as identity key and another is known as onion key. The identity key is used to register the onion router to the directory server. Onion key is used to share the symmetric key between the routers and the sender. And the key K1, K2, and K3 are used to perform the communication between sender and the routers. So after the creation of all these keys, any browser can start the communication. In order to do so, a circuit is being created between the sender node and the router nodes. So first of all, sender will create a circuit. This circuit is basically an overlay network. So sender will create a circuit from sender to the router 1, and it will announce that this is my public key K1. Using this key, the later communication will be performed. After the creation of circuit C1, the sender will extend this circuit to the router 2. This circuit is known as circuit 2. So router 1 knows that this circuit is created for circuit 1, and whenever anything I will receive from circuit 1, I will forward to the circuit 2, and vice versa. If anything I am receiving from router 2, I will forward to the circuit 1. Similarly, this circuit is extended up to router 3. So for circuit 2, the router 2 creates circuit 3. So if anything is received from circuit 2, the router 2 will forward to the circuit 3, and router 3 is known as exit node. So if anything it is receiving, it can directly forward to the web server. Now, after construction of the circuit, the browser can start performing the communication. So whatever data it wants to send to the web server, for example, I am taking an example of facebook.com, and a user wants to send some data to the facebook.com. So to transfer this data, the browser perform multiple level of encryption before sending any data. This encrypted data is known as, I'm defining it as ciphertext 1, ciphertext 2, and ciphertext 3. All these ciphertext are created by browser itself. How this ciphertext is being prepared? So if let's suppose there is a message M. This message consists of, like, I wants to access facebook.com over the port number 80, and data I want to transfer. This data, at the first level, this data is encrypted using the key K3. If we notice that this K3 was the key that was shared between this router 3 and the sender, then the result value is encrypted again using the key K2. If we look, then this K2 is being shared between router 2 and the sender, and again the resultant value is encrypted using this key K1. So for a different router, this sender is preparing a different encrypted message, C1, C2, C3. So the router 1 knows that I am getting a value of C1, and since it is encrypted using the key K1, it can easily decrypt it and can see that there is something which I have to forward to the router 2. When router 2 will receive this message, he can easily decrypt the C2 because the value C2 is encrypted using the key value K2. Finally, when the router 3 will receive the message, it can easily decrypt this message because it knows that it has been encrypted using the key value K3. After opening this value, the router 3 will know that this data we have to forward to the facebook.com. Now the website owner will know that a request is coming from the router 3. The website owner cannot identify who is the actual sender who is sending the request. Because of this different layer of encryption, means first I am encrypting using the K3, then K2, then K1. This entire message is known as onion because we are performing the multiple level of encryption. Now the website owner does not know who is the actual sender who is sending this message. He will assume that router 3 is the sender who is sending this request. Now it's entirely depends upon the website owner whether he wants to reply back or not. If it wants to reply back, then it prepare a response. Here I'm defining response as a reply R and forward to the router 3. So the response R will received by router 3. The router 3 knows only the key value K3. So whatever reply router 3 is receiving, it will immediately encrypt using this ciphertext. It will immediately encrypt this message and will prepare a ciphertext of C4, and it will forward this C4 to the router 2. Router 2 knows that a request is coming from the circuit 3, so immediately he will encrypt this message using key K2 and will forward to the circuit 1. Circuit 1 will receive this message and will encrypt using key K1 and will forward this message to the sender. Now sender is receiving C6. So what is this ciphertext? This ciphertext is the combination of multiple level of encryption. Since all these key value K1, K2 and K3 is known by the sender, he can perform the multiple level of decryption in order to get the actual reply R. Now, if we look either the request or the reply, then anyone who is sitting in between sender and router 1, he cannot identify who two IPs are performing the communication. Similarly, anyone who is sitting between router 1 and router 2, he cannot know who is performing the communication. And anyone who is sitting between router 2 and router 3, he can also cannot identify the actual IP address of the sender. So using this kind of communication, the sender can hide its identity over the darknet. Now, so this was the way where the sender was hiding its identity. Now let us come to this another scenario where can we create a website which can be anonymous to the entire world. So if a website wants to hide its identity means this website does not wants to reveal its IP address to the rest of the world. So whether such service can be created or not. So these websites which is anonymous to the rest of the world is known as dark website, or these are also known as anonymized services or dark services, or sometimes it is known as anonymous services. If we look at the internet, there are multiples of dark websites which are currently running, and the website address of a dark website ends with .onion. So the creator of this dark website always try to change their IP addresses so that they can hide themselves from different law enforcement agencies. Let us discuss first how this dark website is being created. Then we discuss what are the disadvantages of such websites. So if let's suppose there is a person Bob who wants to create a hidden services, who wants to create a dark website. So in order to create this dark website, what he will do first he will select two key. One is their public key and a private key. Based upon his public key, he will calculate its onion address using a standard hash function. Now for this onion address, he will select 3 IP addresses. This will known as IPO. These IP addresses will be used for the Tor browser. If anybody wants to access these websites, he can use these IPO and can access this hidden website. Now the name of the onion website and the list of IP addresses, IP1, IP2 and IP3, all these are registered at the directory server. If any user, let's suppose Alice, wants to access some onion websites, then he can easily contact to the directory server and can find out the list of IPO, the list of IP addresses that belongs corresponding to this onion websites. Now, other than this, to access the dark website, the user needs to create a particular onion, needs to select a particular onion router that is known as rendezvous point RP. After selection of this router, the browser dark website can submit this request. What this request will contain, with this RP point, this browser has already shared a random value R. So RP knows that if any reply coming from different router, and if it is containing this value R, then I will forward this data to the particular user Alice. So during the sending of this request, this Alice add their RP node, this random value R, cookies value, and a Diffie-Hellman key exchange value. So this request will forwarded through different onion routers via Tor network, and will received by the dark website. For example, here I'm showing the how dark website communication take place. At the first point, this hidden server select an IPO mark as 1. Then it registered himself to the directory server mark as 2. If any clients wants to access this dark websites, first of all, it's identify the IPO, the list of IP addresses which belongs against this dark websites. Then at point number 4, it select the list of node that will work as a RPO point. After selecting the dark website address and the RPO point, it can forward its request. This request is just shown as a 0.5. This request will processed via the point IPO. IPO will directly forward this request to the hidden server. So during the sending of this request, all the data is passes through the Tor network. So anybody who is sitting between these nodes cannot identify what request is being processed. Now, when the dark website receives this request, it can decide whether it wants to reply back or not. During this reply, it will select another path. This path is shown as path number 6. So during the request, the path was 5, and during the reply, it uses different path, that is 6. So during this reply, this dark website will add this random value R. From this R, since this request is passes through the RPO point, RPO will receives that reply is coming and it is containing the value R. So this reply will forward it to the client node. So in the step 7, the browser will receive the reply. So if we look at the entire communication, then all the request and reply are being forwarded through the different path, and since all the traffics are routed through the Tor network, so anyone who is observing the communication cannot identify which websites is providing the services and which is the user who is sending the request. So this was the idea using which darknet was created and the dark web was created. And I have defined earlier what was the good motive behind the construction of darknet, but practically in the existing systems, people are using darknet for performing different kind of cyber threats and for performing different kind of criminal activities using this darknet. Let us discuss what are the bad things that can be performed using this Tor network, using this anonymous services. Then let us discuss what are the cyber security threats that are possible using this darknet. So many of the cyber criminals are using this darknet for performing various kind of criminal activities, like they are using for gambling services. They are using it to sell different kind of cybercrime tools, and to sell uh, stolen data of different websites. They are using it to host porn contents. They are using it for illegal file sharing, for torrent contents. And since exit node is a crucial point from where this Tor traffic leave the Tor network and enter into the normal network. So many of the hackers uses exit node as a as a as a target point in order to launch an attack using this Tor network. People are selling drugs using this network, and they are performing different kind of frauds, like financial frauds, ransomware attacks. And these darknet are being used for publishing unwanted illegal messages related to the integrity and national securities, regarding molestation, attacks, and religious broadcastings. So the earlier intention of darknet was good, but nowadays people are using only it for different kind of criminal activities, which is a very worrying situation. Let us understand how this can be bad, how this can impact an organization. So if we notice the latest media news, then we will find out that there are a lot of data breach that is happening over the dark net. Means cyber criminals, hackers steals the data belonging to some organizations, and they publishes over the darknet. And either it is a critical infrastructure, either it is a large organizations, um, either it is a banking infrastructures. Data are continuously being stealed and uploaded to the darknet. Similarly, there are other kind of risk, like darknet are being used to perform different kind of cyber security threats. For example, attackers are using this darknet to perform malware attacks, to launch denial of services attacks, botnet attacks, or even to launch phishing attacks. Many of the exploit kits, malwares, or trojans which are available in the dark net to purchase and sell. If attackers are continuously trying to steal their customer data, their operational data, their financial data, like payment card details, their intellectual properties, and all these data are continuously uploaded to the darknet. So this is a very worrying situation. For example, if you are a government department and your data has been stolen and uploaded to the darknet, since we know that to capture the attackers who exist over the darknet is really very difficult, then each organization should start thinking about how we can prevent our data uh, uh, from the dark market. So as a preventive strategy, so first strategy should be like if any organization implementing cybersecurity practices, so as a preventive step, first of all, it should not allow anyone to install any it should not allow any users to install the Tor network. as we know that this kind of browser, this kind of darknet is being used only for the malicious purposes. It is being used for only for fraudulent activities. So companies should not allow to install Tor browser within their network. Similarly, another preventive approach can be like some organizations block the list of publicly available entry node, exit node, and directory server at their perimeter level. Means they can block at their IPS level, their firewall level, to those nodes, those IPs which are working as an exit node. Similarly, this darknet, dark websites uses the concept of self-signed digital certificate. Since the entire communication is HTTPS based communication, so we need a digital certificates, and these websites are registered solely. So their public address are not certified by any trusted certificate authorities. So if the organization observe that any website is using self-signed digital certificate, then those traffic can be blocked by the organization. So these are the few basic preventive steps that organization can follow to prevent misuse that is originated from the Tor browser. Similarly, the organization can follow some best practices so that they can save their self from data from the data that can be uploaded to the darknet, because depend upon the nature of the organization, the sensitivity of data will be. For example, if you are using a critical, if you are a critical infrastructure, then definitely your data is utmost important, and you know that if this data will be available to the darknet, it will be impossible to recover or to delete those data. For example, a website which is collecting Aadhaar card detail and PAN card detail, and somehow if attacker got access to the systems and steal this data, then this data will be available over the dark net forever, and later time to time this data can be used for different malicious purposes. Similarly, your payment card detail, your username and password has been stolen, then these username and password can be sold, can be used to launch further attacks. So you need to follow the best practices in order to prevent your data from the darknet, and you also need best practices so that you can minimize the attacks that can be originated from the darknet. Darknet is also the worrying situation for the government, for law enforcement agencies, and for different organizations, because it is really difficult to find out the persons who is hiding themselves over the darknet. Also, to save our data, it is the responsibility of organization itself. They should not rely upon the law enforcement agencies that our data will be, if our data is stolen, then it will be the responsibility of LEA to protect those data. The organization can also monitor what are the latest cyber threats that is originated from darknet, and they can also implement best practices in order to prevent those cyber threats. They can also implement what are best cyber security practices to prevent a data breach and data stealing. Like I have given the example of one of the advisory that is published by CERTIN in order to prevent data breaches and data leaks. Similarly, these kind of advisory the organization can implement within their organization, and they should also provide an awareness program within the organization so that everyone should knows about what are the bad impact, what are the worst impact that can happen using this dark web. One of the important thing that we need to observe that the attackers are using decentralized cryptocurrency in order to sell and purchase the data over the darknet. So if there is a normal attacker, then the analyst person can identify themselves, can identify attackers with the use of their transactions. But since the attackers are using decentralized cryptocurrency, so to identify, to capture those attackers becomes more difficult. Further, as a monitoring purpose, the organization can use different kind of monitoring tools that capture the malicious behavior within the organization. Like they can establish network flow analysis tools, honeypots, IDS, IPS. So all these tools will work as a monitoring your network behavior to prevent maliciousness or fraudulent activity within the organization. Now the question comes whether we should use dark web or dark web and darknet or not. Like if our purpose is good, I want to achieve the anonymity, I want to access some services which are not accessible from our network, from our territory, then for good purposes we can use the dark web, we can use the Tor browser. But if our purposes are bad, like as cyber criminals are using, then we should not use this Tor network. Similarly, if our communication is identity-based communication, for example, if I wanted to access facebook.com, then we know that to access Facebook, we require our login ID and password. So this communication is identity-based communication. So there is no need to use this Tor browser to perform identity-based communication. Now, the one question which usually we confuse, like whether the darknet, Tor browser, and VPN are similar concept or not. So this browser, this Tor browser is actually used to provide to hide our identity, to hide our IP addresses. But in VPN communication, there is a tunnel which is being created from sender to the VPN server. So all the traffic which is flowing from the sender node to the VPN server, that is encrypted, but our VPN server knows who is the sender, and the VPN server forward this request on the behalf of us. So VPN is used when VPN is somewhere used to access those services where the services are blocked in our network, but we want to access this. Another use of VPN is like I am working remotely and still I want to access the network of my organization. Then for those purposes, VPN services can be used. And the Tor browser is entirely the different concept. which which is used to achieve the anonymity. These are the references. This was all from my side. If anyone has any query, then I can answer that.
Thank you very much, sir. It's a wonderful session. I'm just looking at the chat box for any.
Yeah, I'm going through the chat box.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, there are a lot of queries. Okay, so the first question is, what about the identity information required by the website for authentication the user? Websites can authenticate user using different kind of mechanism. Like many websites use password based authentications, OTP based authentications, or they can sometimes they use IP based access control, like you can access those websites from a particular IP only. So different kind of authentications uses by the websites. Mostly they uses password based or OTP based mechanism to authenticate the user. Any normal router can work as an onion router? If yes, do we need to do some special configuration? Actually, the concept of a router is little different here. So any normal computer, any normal router can, any normal laptop can work as a router. Here the meaning of router is the system, the computer systems has a special service that is called as a relay service. The relay service is installed in the systems. So the purpose of this relay service is whatever Tor traffic this computer system is receiving, it will forward this traffic to the another computer system. Since it is running a special relay services, this node is this computer system is known as a onion router. So this is not a hardware router. This is a normal computer system. How it is different from VPN, I already covered. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, so all the queries were related to router itself. So it is not a Cisco router. It is a normal systems which can behave like a router. The another question is, increase of darknet, all information about sender will be hidden from the website. In the case, how server will identify? So there are two ways we can use this browser. One is if a website is normal, like there is a Google, there is a Facebook, and the user is accessing from the browser. So in this case, the IP address identity of the sender is hidden, but the website is the public. The another example was the dark website, where the identity of the sender was hidden as well as the identity of website was also hidden. So there are two different contexts. Yes. So how server will identify? The exit node, from exit node will forward our request. If we assume that the website is public and user is anonymous, then the exit node will forward our request in the behalf of us. So the server will assume that the request is coming from this exit node. Yes. And in the case of dark website, since both the website is hidden and the sender is hidden, then the server, the website will identify if the request is genuine, if the URL request is appropriate, then it can reply back using the Tor network. Okay, if anyone has any other query. One question was, is there any government of India policy for illegal darknet? So I think as of now, there is no, I think there is not a very well-defined policy regarding the darknet. But yes, the cybercrime and criminal activities as well as cyber threats that are being performed from the darknet, that is in very rise. So it is a worrying situation for everyone that how it can be prevented and how different organizations can protect themselves from being targeted from the dark market. Yes, the question is, will any website like Facebook or Google will be able to identify that a request is coming from the Tor network? Yes, any website sometimes collect the data that from which browser this request is coming. So web server can easily identify that whether it is coming from a Chrome browser, whether it is coming from Mozilla browser, or whether it is coming from the Tor browser. So as a preventive measure, the website owner or the website service provider can prevent by not to responding those requests. Like many of the website does not respond if they receives that the request is coming from a Tor browser. Yes, and many of the website also does not respond this request because websites wants to keep a lot of data to the client side, to the browser side, like cookies values, session values, or some temporary information. Since this Tor browser does not sometimes it does not allow to store those informations, then this website automatically drops those requests. Yes. Any more queries? Website will know if the request is coming from the browser, then the website will know the IP address of exit node only, that the request is coming from exit node, but it will not know the actual IP address of the sender. So it is possible to block dark web by ISP. So I think all the traffics are being encrypted and forwarded, and this encryption is done to the top of the TCP/IP layer protocol. To the top of the TCP layer, this circuit is created on the top of the TCP layer. So monitoring traffic at the ISP level is really very difficult, but there are various research which are trying to identify, trying to distinguish between the normal traffic and the traffic which is generated through the Tor network. Still the research is going on, but still it is at a very initial level. So to identify the dark web traffic, I think it is very difficult. Yes. Any more query? Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. It was excellent.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, I'm disconnecting.
Now I request Binoy, Shri Binoy Das, to take the session. You want to give some break, sir? 5-minute break and start the session, or after you want to give? In between, you want to give? Binoy, sir, you are there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Better to give 5 minutes break.
Okay,
So,
you start at 3 o'clock.
okay.
Yeah, please share your PPT.
Yes, I'm sharing my screen.
Hello, Binuji. You are there. Can we start?
Sir. Okay, welcome all. From the morning, it was a very nice session. You learned many things about that, and the last session of Ram Gobind Singh sir was very excellent. Where we know about the darknet. There is one question that whether it is possible to identify the browser and everything. So web server is tracking everything, the browser, even the device, the OS it is using by the user. It is storing every information. So now the topic is scanning technique Wireshark. So Wireshark is the world's most powerful network protocol analyzer, and it is used for packet snipping purpose. It is used by network analyzer, protocol analyzer, and also used as a forensic tool. Now, suppose someone wanted to steal some data. So before that, what they will do? They will get some footprinting. They will get some information, scan the network. They will identify the weak PC, weak device, the target, and finally it will be attacked. So before starting with that Wireshark, so this is the content whatever I will discuss. So about the I'll discuss little bit about packet, about the Wireshark, uses and functionalities of Wireshark, features of Wireshark. There is some color codings in Wireshark where we can identify different, we can set different colors for different protocols. Then packet sniffing, then username.
Tor browser personal use के लिए नहीं use करना है ना. Tor browser नहीं use करना है. It is not suggestible.
No, sir. Okay, so user and password sniffing. So here what we'll see, we will try to extract a user ID and password using the Wireshark, and there will be demonstration or a practical session on Wireshark. So if I discuss about the packet, so packet is basically means whatever we are doing. Suppose in Wireshark, suppose we are going to capture some in network and we are going to analyze the network. Basically we will work with the different kinds of packets. So packets is a unit of data which transmits over a network between the origin and the destination computer or devices. Okay, and it is a small network packets are very small, so size is 1.5 KB for Ethernet packet and 64 KB for IP packet. Now the data packets in the Wireshark can be viewed online and can be analyzed offline also. We can capture the particular network, we can save it, then we can analyze the packet after that. Suppose now how packet is working. Basically, suppose a user needs to load an image. The image file does not go from a web server to the user computer in one piece. So instead of it is broken down into packets of data sent over the wires, cables and radio waves of the internet, and then reassembles by the user computer into the original photo. So from PC1 to PC2 A to B we want to send. So initially it will, that large image will be converted into the small packets, chunks, and their chunks are converted, their chunks are forwarding from one PC to another PC. Now you will discuss about the means we'll in the using Wireshark we'll just see how packets are going and we'll analyze it. So what is Wireshark? It is an open source packet analyzer. Most of cases people think that using Wireshark, what we can do, we can hack the system. Not that. Actually, Wireshark is basically used for education purpose, for analysis purpose, some cases software development purpose also it is using. In case of communication protocol development purpose also it is using, and some cases network engineers they are using it as a network troubleshooting purpose. Using Wireshark, it is used to track the packets. It is commonly called sniffer, network protocol analyzer, and network analyzer. So suppose we want to use the Wireshark, then we'll get the Wireshark from the given link below. So from there we'll get the software. So I'll show you how to get the software, but installation is already there in that e-learning portal. So you can view from the installation part. Basically in Wireshark, it is used to track the packets so that each one is filtered to meet our specific needs. Whatever our need, suppose I want to track some post data, some gate data, HTTP protocol, UDP protocol, or TCP protocol. So as per our need, what we can do, we can use that Wireshark. So it is, as already mentioned, it is open source, so it is free to use application, and it is often called free packet sniffer computer application. It puts the network card into an unselective mode, that is to accept all the packets which it receives. So whenever we'll connect in the network, so within that network all the packets will be received by the all the packets will be captured by the Wireshark. So this Wireshark has some uses, some functions, some features. So we'll discuss one by one. So when we do the installation, so after installation, when we start the Wireshark, we will get this screen. So this is the screen of Wireshark network analyzer. There it is showing multiple networks. Suppose my PC here, it is connected with Ethernet. It is also connected with Wi-Fi. So it is showing all the networks, and here this is the network traffic it is showing within that graph. So we can select any one of the network, and after selecting that, what we can do, we can analyze that particular network. We can see what is there inside of that network. In that Wireshark, basically Wireshark has some uses. So what are the uses? Wireshark can be used in the following way. It is used by the network security engineer to examine the network security problem. It also allows the user to watch all the traffic being passed over the network. It also helps to troubleshoot the latency issues and the malicious activities on your network. It is used by it is also used by the engineer to troubleshoot the network issues. So all network related issues also can be easily troubleshooted by this. Using this, we can also analyze the drop packets using this Wireshark. So it helps us to know how all the devices like laptop, mobile phones, and desktops, switches, even routers are connected, communicated in a local area network, and it is also connected with the outside networks. Okay, suppose I want to, when I open a particular website, suppose google.com, so we can capture the frame of google.com. Suppose I want to open like suppose Twitter or LinkedIn, So it will capture. Not only this, suppose if I do the footprinting using Nmap and identify a particular IP address. So using that IP address also, I can easily get I can easily access that particular network. Means what are the data is already sending, and whatever I am accessing, everything will be captured within this particular Wireshark. So it has some functionalities. So what are the functionalities? First functionality is we can do that, we can capture the network in two ways. Okay, one is monitor mode and another is Prometheus mode. So basically, whenever we capture the network initially, we will use Prometheus mode, and this is the default mode where it will capture all these network. Now suppose some cases it is not possible to scan in Prometheus mode, then we can go for port monitoring also. So what is port monitoring? So basically, port monitoring is a method to monitor network traffics. Okay, it is monitoring network traffic. So when it enables, the switch sends the copies to all network packets present at one port to another port. So here also we can see in the Wireshark, we can suppose whenever we are sending something, suppose port number one port number to another port number, then or that port number also it will show there in that Wireshark software. So suppose here this is another screen where I started capturing. So after when I started capturing, it is showing different port numbers, okay, and protocols. So I have taken only one snapshot. So these are the frame numbers is showing, then source is showing. Okay, so by capturing this is the data view. We can see the data view here. Here we can see the frame, then Ethernet and IP. In case of if we go with IP scanning, IP address scanning, we'll see the IP address, and in case of TCP, HTTP, everything will be shown. Everything will be shown in that panel. Okay, so basically here in this Wireshark there are some features are there, like it is a multi-pane software, this is a multi-platform software. So whenever we can download in different for different OS like Windows, Mac, Linux, we can download it. Okay, so it is a 3-pane packet browser, and it also perform deep inspection of hundreds of protocols. So many protocols are there, it will deeply inspect all the protocols. Often it will do the live analysis. So whenever we will do that's capture the packet, we will do live analysis here. So it has sort of filter options which makes SF for user to view the data. And some cases here in the option is the telephony. In the telephony, what we can see the view IP analysis. We can in the analysis, we can in the statistics section, what we can do, we can create the different graphs, IO graphs and statistics of particular protocol if you want to check. Now whenever during installation of Wireshark, there are options are there. Two options you will get. One is Nmap, another one is for USB. So if you select the USB monitoring, then USB traffic monitoring is also possible using this Wireshark. So this one is a powerful tool for network analyzing. and it also support various kinds of formats, where it supports a variety of well documented captured file formats such as .pcang or libcap. So whenever we'll go in the demonstration section practical, then I will show you that all the formats. So we can say that it is a #1 piece of software for its purpose. It has countless applications ranging from tracking down unauthorized traffic, firewall setting, etc. There are few color coding concepts are there in Wireshark. So color coding concepts means, first of all, in the filter section, if you write a command, means if you select, by default preloaded commands are there. So if you select those, then it will be green color. But in case of if you are writing anything which one is not related to Wireshark command, and then it will be red color. Now, in case of color coding, if I go the previous slide, here in the view option, you will get that coloring rule. So coloring rule means you see here in the screen, ARP, the color is different. In case of UDP, the color is different. So this coloring for every protocol, we can set different color code so that it is easily identifiable for us that which protocol and according to their color. So this color helps users to identify the type of traffic. It is also called as packet colorization. So this particular type of color has some rule. So rule are the temporary rule and the permanent rule. So temporary rule means whenever the mode is active, means it is doing that live live analysis, then the color will be temporary mode. And for the permanent color, rules are available until the Wireshark is in use or the next time you run the Wireshark. So the steps to apply the color will be, I will show you during the demonstration. So this is the coloring rule where it is showing the different colors. Bad TCP, for bad TCP and different colors. So for ARP and ICMP protocol, the color is different. For TCP, RST, SCTP, SCTP and TTL, the color is red. Checksum, SMB, HTTP color is, and also that particular how it will filter, it is showing that particular color. So this color we can change it here. We can add the new rule, or what we can do, we can add the new rule, or we can just select that particular. Suppose I am to change the color of HTTP, then I will select the HTTP. Then automatically we will get the option to change the background. So accordingly, we can set a color for a particular protocol. So using that particular Wireshark, what we can do the packet snipping. Okay, so in the packet snipping, what we can do, we can check, we can capture the packet, we can check the flow of the packet, and we can isolate the packet in case of any kind of troubleshooting is we are facing there. We can easily check those packets. So let us first see that particular Wireshark. So in the Wireshark, Is it visible, this page, web page? Okay. Oh, is it visible now? Okay. So now suppose I want to download the Wireshark. So there we'll get that Wireshark different releases there. From there we can download it. So I downloaded it previously. So I just write here Wireshark. So now here in the Wireshark, so it is showing now here it is showing the different networks, and these are the menus from where we can change different settings as per we can capture the information. Okay, we can analyze it, we can create the statistics. Okay, now I want to capture, I want to capture for this Ethernet. So because Ethernet and Wi-Fi both are connected, so I just double click here, then it is started capturing the packets. Okay, so if I write here HTTP, so this is the pen where we can write our commands here. Okay, here, so I have written here HTTP. So I have not opened any website now, because whenever I open, after opening that Wireshark, what we'll do, if I start browsing, then it will show here, but here is no HTTP is there. Even my IP address I don't know. So let us first know the IP address. So there is two IP address. So I'm using this one, Ethernet. Another one is I have this this one is 1.34 series, another is 5.13. Okay, fine. Now suppose in the browser, if I now let me check about the TCP. So TCP is also not open anything there. Fine. Now let me open the browser and open a normal page. Suppose this. Okay, so this is a this is within my LAN, so I opened it. Or we can open another website also the same way. Now if I opened it, now let me check that whether, and first I opened it, let us open another page. Okay, fine. So this is fine. So I logged in there. Now let us open our Wireshark. Now suppose I want to check the destination address. So this one is IP. So you will get the IP destination. This one is not actually predefined. This one is so actually I have used previously, that's why. Suppose 03, let it be captured again. Now let us check whether any HTTP, just a minute. Let me check whether is a normal in the setting option. So this is a Prometheus mode is there. So yes, it is okay. Now it will take little bit time to track it, that one. IP address, what I can do, we can change it and make it 192.168 dot, I think 1.34. 1.34, this is my IP address. So initially, suppose DNS, the details are showing here. Another one is 13. Let me stop it. Okay, let us start it again. Start. And suppose you want to save it, you can save it. These are the formats are there. Different Wireshark formats are there. You can save as per the format. So I'm not saving it. I'm just closing it and start capturing. Okay, fine. Now let us surf some page. So that it will be okay. Fine. So I think now it will capture the information. Basically, it is capturing all the IPs, means which one is connected. Suppose 172 different IPs, which one is connected here. But our concern is to check the IP addresses connected. Hope that now we'll get the TCP. Otherwise, what we can do, let me change that particular this one and start. Okay, so TCP is connected. So this is the TCP, and so this is my IP. TCP application data, everything is now showing there. If I go the TCP, so for if I select this one, this frame, then it will show frame number 33, device CLS ID, Ethernet, arrival time, then we'll get Ethernet 2, internet protocol, from which IP to which IP we are going. So this is source IP, this one is destination IP. And if any data is there, so here it is, whatever we opened, destination port is 443 SSL. So here we can analyze that source IP port number, destination port number. Acknowledgement 1 is received. So informations are there. Now let me, so now whenever we select in a particular IP address, suppose this source and destination, whenever I select source, so this is the hexadecimal code of the source destination address, and so here is showing the data view, this one, this blue color, and this is the destination. If I click there, then in the destination it is showing the hexadecimal value of the destination address. Now again, let me log in. So this is one HTTP, not HTTPS. So my motive is to show that here I am given here the user ID and password. So using that Wireshark, what we can do, we can easily track down that user ID and password using that Wireshark if we get the particular IP address. So to get that IP address, already there are many tools are there. You can use the NS lookup. I will show you Nmap. There we can track that IP address of a particular domain name. So IP, so destination, then given here 1.233. So 1.233. So here I opened it 1.233. So here is TCP. Now suppose I want to check here, right, HTTP. Okay, so now in every HTTP it started tracking. So this is my IP, but this one is another IP. So as I logged in, and the destination IP address was 172.16.0.3. So this is my source, this is my source address, this is my destination address. So let us analyze it. Okay, fine. So basically the IP address it is showing, it is using HTTP and TCP port number 80. Now if I go here, then we will get that HTTP transfer protocol. Okay, so we can get the details about this. So initially we can see HTTP from here. So this is, we selected this get. So definitely we'll get the password about that in the post. Okay, so this is the details and it is written there. See, whenever I have checked it, it is redirected to which page? This is OP dashboard, but it is the OP dashboard, it is redirected there. So after that login, whenever I click that login, then it is redirected there, and there is another page is there, logout. In case of any error, it might be possible the logout is there, and the session ID is also showing there. So during login, it is created one PHP session ID. This ID is also showing there. Now our job is to view that particular user ID and password. So it is required to analyze it. So basically it will be there in HTTP. So this is the page. It might be possible that information is there because login is written there, OP login. So we can just we can check it whether information is available with that, because we are searching HTTP. So let us move the last section, HTTP protocol. Now this is the HTTP. This is post. This is post method. So here also that user ID and password is not there. So here is the user ID and password. I have used Ajit B, and this is the password. So in some cases, what we are doing, we are sending data in as a post method from using that form. So from that form also we can easily track that username and the password. So using that HTTP, so that's why we are telling that HTTP is not secure and it is not suggested to transfer to send any information in HTTP or IP related destinations. Now I have a tool. So this is an app, Nmap, so network footprinting purpose we are using. So in this tool, basically, if I write, suppose cdeck.in, So this is the command area where whatever we are selecting, so the command is showing there. So not only CDEF, for in case of any URL you just set here, it will show the information. Yes, okay. So is this visible, that nmap, Zenmap is written, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now suppose actually I tried yesterday, so and today morning also you saw that using the Shodan, they already identified that IP address of CDEC. So I want to tell you whatever I have given you the demonstration in the particular URL. So that IP address is basically using IP address. I tracked it. I used that HTTP. Now in that particular that HTTP, if a server is HTTP, then if user gives the user ID password, we can track it, fine. Now if you are using HTTPS, it is not possible, because whatever I given you from a particular location, that server have HTTPS also. So for HTTPS, there is different domain name. From there, if you access it, you cannot track that user ID and password. Okay. After that, the mouse actually fine. Now in the port, the topology, everything will show here, that controls. We can do here quick scan, or we can select that one. This is the details, this is the IP address. So already you know that one, that today morning they have showed you that IP address. So this IP address is 196.1.113.45. Now if I type here, let me remember it again, 196.1.113.45. So initially if I write CDEC, it is showing CDEC, and this is SSL certified. Now if I write here 196.1.145, then it is opening and it is HTTPS. Now in this case, if someone opens it, and there is no login page is there, already I checked it, that's why I'm showing you the demonstration. So in case of login page, if now someone is in the network and they want to access other person login credential, they can easily access it if the login page is available there, but it is showing the information only, so login is not showing here. So it is not a threat for them, but if a attacker want to track, then they can easily track the details by getting the IP address. Now here topology will come here. Here basically the topology will come here, how we are connected with particular, means suppose my network is connected directly with that particular CDEC server. Here it is not showing because I am using that NCAN connection, so there is some restriction protocol are set it here, so we cannot show it. I cannot show it here, but if I connect it the mobile network, then easily we can show show the topology here. So in case when I'll give one break for 5 minutes after 4 p.m., then I will show you by connecting my network there, if possible. Okay, but the information is, see here we can get the information. We can go quick scan option is there, and let us scan. Okay, now suppose I want to open maily.government.in. Now scan. So it will scan, and definitely whenever you are using install this one for practice purpose, for education purpose, you can check it there from your own network. Then you will find that all the informations are showing there. In the port also it is showing there, the topologies are showing there. You will get, if you click the control, you will get one remote here. So if you zoom that one, automatically it will show the network, how it is directly connecting with that particular IP address, and within that how many devices are connected, everything will be there. Okay. Okay, fine. So as it is not tracking here, no problem. Let us move to our next session. So basically using that particular first, suppose as starting of my presentation, I have mentioned that to identify a particular target machine, first we have to identify that that we have to do that footprinting and scanning before attacking the target machine. So suppose already that nmap is there, whenever you are going to install that Wireshark, then you will get the definitely you will get the information to install the nmap. So you can install that time. Otherwise you can download that nmap from other sources also. So after downloading, you will get this interface. You want to set anything, you set the target here. So after setting the target, suppose if I set the target, so whenever you set the target here, then it will take some time, then it will show the information here, the port number and how many ports are open, everything will show here. Now now I want to show you one thing. In that particular suppose in the today's session, morning session, there is one topic like phishing. So I want to show you something, I want to demonstrate you something about how phishing is happening. Okay, so basically in case of one attacker, they can, what they are doing initially, they are trying to get the email IDs. So getting that email IDs, they are doing the phishing. So there are many tools are available. Suppose this is one tool. So if I give the organization name and if I start searching, then see all the email IDs related to that organization is showing. So it is easily possible to get the email IDs. Yes. So this is started that particular scanning. So from different sources, it is downloading the information and email IDs. Now I'm just stopping here. So total 282 items found. More items are there, just I stopped it. So email ID is easily possible to get this. So after getting that email ID, what is required? It is required to send. So there is many tools are there. Social engineering tools are there as a toolkit. So using that set, or suppose using that set, we can directly send that mail IDs. Suppose I forwarded one mail ID. Using that Kali Linux, there is one set is option there, that toolkit. So using that toolkit, what we did, we just send we can set multiple mails to a particular user. Now for demonstration purpose, I forwarded for demonstration purpose, I forwarded one mail to suppose this person. So initially okay, so you need to change your password. You need to change your password immediately. So click here to change your password. In some cases, we are getting this kind of message, or suppose phishing kind of message. Now suppose if someone click there, then it will open another link there, which one is similar page like Gmail. Suppose here I have mentioned one. If I click there, then in the bottom side it is showing that one IP address and gmail.php. So let me open that page. So in some cases, what we are doing, we are shortening that email ID. Suppose it is there, we can easily shorten that one, and we can send the user. So they can select it. They can, if they click, they will redirect to a page which is almost similar like Gmail. Now, if I log in there again to change the password, we'll get that window. So it opened it in my Gmail, but if I check that a phishing occurred and the email, the password is stored here. So here that password is stored here and attack the time is showing when it was occurred. So we have to check definitely the URL, what URL we are using, and because some cases if IP address is there or suppose HTTP is not there, then it may be possible that victim can that hacker can track the user ID and password. Suppose we created another page for demonstration purpose. So this one is only for demonstration purpose. We created we randomly selected one bank. We created the page, similar kind of page. If you open the same page here, so if you check that it is almost same. So this is that web, and this is the demo page, and this is the original page, almost similar scene. Thus the different is that URL. This is HTTPS and URL is there. It may be possible that I am here using that IP address. In case of IP address, if someone can change the name little bit, can change one character, replace one character, and they can send the link. So we should be careful that what page we are accessing, and definitely we have to check that whether it is HTTPS or there is not. Then accordingly we have to check it, and for more security we can go there we can get the certificate. So here the same case, if you follow the step, if you go there, suppose after one user ID, it will ask you to give the password. The same thing here we design here. If we click the continue, then it will ask for password. And if I give the password, then it will be stored that password in my email ID. Sorry, not email ID, in that particular victim page. Login. Now after login, if I click login, then it will redirect to that original site of PNB. So some cases what happened, okay, some cases what happened, if the user is not active that much, then they can redirect to a malicious site to main site. So this is the attack, the same case here also Facebook. I think now the design is changed in Facebook, but the same case here also. And login. So it is redirected to Facebook. And if we check this one, so it is saving the details. There. So we should be aware that whatever we are using, that particular URL is very, very important. If it is redirecting to any IP address, so it is not suggested to give any information there. Now, whatever activities we did, all the activities are stored here in that particular Wireshark. So now from here, we can track that one. We open that Facebook. This is from facebook.com. When it opened at Facebook, after redirecting, it opened at Facebook. So this one is my gateway. This is the facebook.com. We can get more information here. So for that, the IP, that one is protocols are used: UDP, DNS, we can search DNS. For mail, we opened mail, Gmail. So Gmail, that one is there. Let us check frame capture. Redouble Google. No, it is not there. ARP. This is ARP. Let us see the ARP. So it is for request ARP. Reply is not there, so reply will be there. If you open, then we will get the reply ARP also. This is the Ethernet. So this hexadecimal value, Ethernet value, hardware, IP, protocol, hardware size, protocol version 4. Sender, this is target. ICMP. So in the ICMP, host unreachable, host unreachable. So here we'll get that protocol version, IP protocol version, then length of the header and total length. So header length, this one. So total is 52. Time to leave is 127 protocol TCP, and this is the destination I have selected here. So this is the destination, this is different IP. Now let us check about UDP. So the UDP means already this one is 14.129. This one is already connected, means that we are using the Cisco Webex. So this is the address of that. So source address is my PC. This is destination address, UDP source port, destination port, and length of message data 156. So it is not possible to that one is convert. We can convert part by part hexadecimal value, then we can get the value. Now suppose you want to see the statistics, or suppose you want to see the graph. This is IO graph. Just a minute. So I'm using that one Wi-Fi. So this Wi-Fi, and this is the graphical representation. Again, let me open it. Graph. It's loading. Okay. So this is the graph. So this is all packets, and another TCP errors are there. So these are the information. This is the TCP communication. This is TCP keep aligned segment. So all the statistics are here. It is showing. So it is if the network is suppose if the activity started and it is it takes time, then automatically every information will be tracked here. So I'm here stopping that particular Wireshark, though we can analyze it and save it. So how many packets in the footer it is showing how many packets it captured 33,360,982 and displayed 185231 51.3% packets displayed. So it is captured more packet but is displayed, so it will display. Okay, so let us back to our presentation. So already you have seen that how we can track multiple protocols and different way using that Wireshark. So in case of username and password sniffing, already I showed you if it is HTTP, then it is in the RESTable form URL encode. We can easily see that username and password. So practical already done. So thank you. If you have any question, you can ask me. So let us check. If you have any question, you can ask me. Is it possible to get official email of a person or organization department using? Oh, this is okay. Voice breaking. Okay, the question is, if can you demonstrate how to identify the malicious traffic related issues one share. So for this, basically you will, if the network is little bit slower, and it is means net is there, but if you are finding that yes, the network is little bit slow, so you can say that some malicious things are there in the network. Any question? Okay, Naresh sir.
I think there is a question in chat box, sir. Just Q&A. I'm just looking at. I think there are no questions there. I think. Okay, sir. We'll take a break and we will start the next session.
Okay, sir. Thank you. The tutorial, yes, tutorial is already there in that iaca.reskill.net. Their tutorials are there, very nice tutorials. You log in there, you'll get the lab videos. In the lab videos, you will get all the tutorials starting from the installation up to that creating the statistics, IO graph, everything is there. Okay, thank you.
Chidananda Bhattacharya. Sir, can you please share your PPT? Now, dear participants, it's time for break. We'll break for 10 minutes and meet at 3:35. Yes, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Naresh here.
Nice, sir. Okay, sir.
Yes.
From when I will start?
You start at 3:35, sir. Start.
3:35. Okay.
And sir, there is a slight disturbance in your, I think, headphone. Can you please change your headphone?
Headphones.
Yeah, there is some sound
Okay.
is coming.
Is it okay now, sir?
Now it is fine. Now it is fine.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, if you please start at 3:35, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Now again sound coming. Some disturbance is coming.
Now, sir, sound problem is there.
Yeah, some problem is there actually. Some disturbance, like telephone disturbance, like that. Is coming.
Okay.
Now it is clear, but can
Now
you
it is
please
clear.
repeat?
No?
It should be
Okay.
as per
Actually,
the training.
right now I'm not using my headphone. Right now I'm directly using the speaker. So I think
Yes,
it
yes.
will be
Please
fine right now.
don't. Yeah, yeah, yeah. When it is old headphones, it will give you some problem.
Okay. Okay, sir. Okay.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Can you please share your slide first page?
Okay. Okay, sir. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please make as a full screen.
Okay.
Okay. Sir, shall we start, sir? Now it is 10 minutes over.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, can I request you to kindly full screen your PPT?
Okay, of course.
Binoy, you are there?
Sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Can you please introduce our sir and start the session, sir?
Okay. So let me introduce Chidananda Bhattacharya. So he is expert in
Hello
networking.
everyone, myself Chidan Bhattacharya, and I'm working in Elite. So good afternoon to all. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vinay sir. Thank you, sir, for the introduction. And let us start computer network vulnerabilities. Okay, so can I start? Okay, so let us start. Computer network vulnerability. So first of all, we have to understand what is computer network. So what is computer network? So network means network can be anything. Network can be anything like it is a connectivity of different sources. Okay, so in case of computer network means connectivity between different computers. So in that computer networks, different types of weakness can be arise. Okay, so in those by using those weakness, different types of attacks could be possible. Okay, so first of all, we have to understand what are the vulnerabilities that can be occurred in a computer networks, and then we'll understand that how we can analyze those problems, those vulnerabilities, and after that we can understand that how we can mitigate those problems. Okay, so you can see that sources of vulnerabilities. So what are the source possible? So there is no actually definite list of sources. Actually, the vulnerability, the weakness could be anything, could be anywhere. Okay, so among those most frequently mentioned sources, most frequently mentioned source on which the vulnerability could appear. So there are some sources available, like design flaws, poor security management, incorrect implementation, okay, internet technology vulnerabilities, nature of intruder activities, the difficulty of fixing vulnerable systems, the limits of effectiveness of reactive solutions, and social engineering. So like design flows means in software designing, there could be some problems during design. There could be some drawbacks during the designs. So using that drawbacks, the attacker could attack in the networks. Then poor security management, like in any software company, there is a management team and there is a team who builds the software developing team. So both must know about those security issues, how to implement those security things. So security management is very important aspect in any software company, because sometimes, most of the times, we like we don't know about those policies and all. So we have to know about those policies, and according to those we have to uh, implement those policies. Then incorrect implementation, there is also one more thing, because in software development, we know that softwares are developed in modules. Okay, so after implementing each and every modules, we have to test each and every modules separately. So as we know that there are different types of testing are there. Okay, so with development, testing is very important also, because first we have to do unit testing for each and every module. Then after testing unit, we have to integrate those modules, and then we have to test the interface in between different modules. So because if we don't check each and every module separately, and after integration, if we don't check the interface, then there could be some problems in between those interfaces, which we could skip. Okay, so we have to look through each and everything separately. Then internet technology vulnerabilities. So as we know that internet is a vast technology, so there are many more possibilities of vulnerabilities. So we have to understand those things, like the vastness of internet technology and how we can protect our data, our most important data from those problems. Then the nature of intruder activities. Okay, so we have to understand that what are the things the hackers could do. So we have to things like that, like the hackers. So what they can do, what are the weakness that we have in our system, and how we can check those things. Then the difficulty of fixing vulnerability system. So vulnerable system, it is by analyzing those problems in a system, then we have to fix those problems. So for that we have to understand each and every thing, what are the different ways the problems could come, and what are the protocols, and in each and every protocols, what are the ports it is coming and all. So everything we have to understand, and according this you have to take the steps. Then limits of effectiveness of reaching solutions. So there are many types of vulnerabilities, and fixing those vulnerabilities, there are different types of solutions are also available. So we have to understand what solutions are applicable in which area, because different solutions are applicable in different areas. Okay, so we have to understand that which type of implementation are going to which part. Okay, then social engineering, like hackers and all, they always try to access, they always try to break your system. So we have to understand those things, like how those network how those social engineering takes place, and how we can uh, protect our system from those attacks. So here we can see that system vulnerability means what means weaknesses in software and hardware. So the weakness could be anywhere. It could be in a software, or it could be in hardware. It could be in a server or in client also. So that can exploit by a determined intruders to gain access. So the intruders could exploit your software, or they could be exploit your hardware to gain access to your system and to your networks, and and shut down your network. Okay, so a system vulnerability is a condition actually, so a weakness of or an absence of security procedure. So vulnerability, we can also say that it is a absence of security. Okay, so or what are the securities that we have to implement. So we have to implement those security in a system, in a network. So without implementing this, the security issues will become. So it is a technical, physical, or other controls that could be exploited by a threat. Okay, so so it could be a technical issue, it could be physically or other controls that could be exploited by the threat. Okay, so the intruders could be attack in any of these things, like in software or in hardware. So it could be a technical, physical, or any type of attacks. So we have to make sure which type of attack it is, and we have to understand the things. So mainly what are the ways that attack could be occur. So mainly there are three major factors contribute a great deal to software design flaws. So in a software design, there could be three major factors which is applicable, like human factors, then software complexity, and trustworthy software sources. Okay, so we'll discuss about these three things separately. So first is human factor, or poor software performance can be a result. So human factors means during the design of the software there could be problems. So we have to understand those problems. So what type of human factors, human errors are there? So first we can see that memory lapses and attentional failures. So attentional failures and memory lapses means what? Suppose one software developer building one software, and suppose without their attention, they could missing some lines of code, or there could be any errors, human errors, what we say, that human errors could be possible. So for a one single line of code, it could be a vulnerable, it make the software vulnerable. So for example, someone was supposed to have removed or add a line of code. Okay, so for a single line of code, it could be possible that the software becomes more vulnerable. So for that testing is very important thing. So or verified but did not because of simple forgetfulness. Then rush to finish. So most of the software companies, there is a pressure, okay, to complete any software in a due time. Okay, so all the developers are trying to complete this in a due time. So for that pressure, in a software design there could be some problems, some vulnerabilities could be there. So the result of pressure most often from management, okay, to get the product on the market, either to cut the development cost. So to cut the development cost and to meet the client deadline, the management team of the software company put pressure on the developer. So they make that software try to meet their deadlines. So for that purpose, there could be some problems during the design phase. Then overconfidence and use of non-stand or no, and or untested algorithms. So sometimes there is the thing that I was talking about, that without testing any algorithms, we can't use that. So sometimes we use some test cases, some 2 or 3 test cases we have applied, and those test cases they passed, but we have to test that software that we have built in different types of environment. So it might be okay in Windows, but it is not working in Linux and all. So we have to test that software in different types of environment, in different types of possible test cases. Well, but test cases could be there are so many test cases. Okay, so test cases could be anything. There are so many. That is the problem. We have to identify which type of test cases we have to use, which type of test cases we have to provide to a software to understand, to find out the outputs. Okay, so before understanding whether the algorithm is properly working in that module of a software or not, we should not use that algorithms in that. So these are the human factors for which a software different types of problems could be arise in a software. Then software complexity. So software complexity means professional and non-professional who use software know the difference between software programming and hardware engineering. So because there is a line between software programming and hardware engineering, so every professional should understand that thing, that what is actually software development and what is actually hardware engineering. So it is in these differences that underline maybe of the causes of software failure. So these differences may due to that most of the person don't understand that in between lines of software and hardware engineering. So we have to understand that what is software engineering, how it is implemented into hardware and all. So in that software complexity, what are the factors are involved? We can see that complexity. So complexity means unlike hardware programming, in which it is easy to exhaust the possible outcomes, in hardware programming we can easily uh, identify the problems, right? But in case of software, it is a large thing, it is a complex thing, because programs are very complex. So in that complexity, it is very hard to understand what are the actual if there is any problems, if there is an error occurs during development. So it is very hard to identify that problem. And one more thing is that during the development phase of software engineering, if we find the problems earlier stage of development, then it is very easy to identify, and the cost will be very less. But when the development phase is more increased, that afterwards, that finding the bugs and problems, it will be more costly, right? So because of this, because of the program's complexity, it is very problematic to find out the problems. Okay, so unlike hardware programming, it is very easy. Suppose suppose you can assume that like one tape recorder, if you put it inside, if you put the plug into the socket, and if you switch on, and if the smoke comes, then it means that the hardware is completely wasted. But in case of software, it is not that much simple. So then another thing is that difficult testing is very difficult, as I have discussed that to find out the test cases, it is very difficult, because there is a vast number of test case possible. As for example, suppose one calculator is there. So in a calculator, suppose we are testing a calculator, so there are many kind of possibilities that test cases we can generate, like 1 plus 2. So there are several test cases in class only we can generate. But we have to understand that which type of test cases, that boundary values we have to understand, which boundary values we have to provide and all. So these are the things for that some parts of the softwares become untested. So due to that problem, due to that vastness of the program, and due to that complexity of the program, so testing is very difficult, and bugs may remain in the software that without identifying. So that's the problem. Then age of programming, because programming nowadays is a very easy thing for most of the person can do programming, and they start their programming, but without any basic knowledge they started their programming. But before designing a software, it is very important to follow some protocols. Okay, so one new programmer, if they build a software, it will be not that much good if some who have prior knowledge about the protocols and how actually the development takes place. So that is one more thing, the fact that software program is very easy, so people can take little training and little education. By gaining those little education, they start development. So for that, errors, security errors could be occur in those type of softwares. Then misunderstanding of basic design specification. Obviously that misunderstanding of basic design specification means, suppose in a design phase of a software, first we have to understand what are the needs of the user, what are the user needs. Based upon then that we acquire the specification, and then requirement analysis, then design phase, then testing phase, then deployment phase. So all those phases we have to do correctly. Okay, because if one phase we skip, then there could be problems occur. So so basic design you have to understand, actually basically how we should develop that software. Okay, so we should understand the basic specification, what actually user need, and based upon these needs, we have to, first of all, we have to design that algorithms, that step by step procedure, how we are going to design each and every modules. And after designing each and every modules, how we have to test those things, and test the every modules completely. Then after adjoining each and every modules, how we can test, then after system testing and all. So everything we have to understand. So these are the complexity occurred due to designing phase of a program. For that some security issues should be available in there. Then trustworthy software sources. So there are thousands of software sources are available nowadays in internet. So we should not use any of this trusted source, any of these sources. Okay, so we have to use those trusted sources from where have to use that software. Okay, so however, if we are record those well-known software products, okay, so yet we buy software products every day without even mind their sources. So most important that we do not care about the quality of the software. So we just want a free things, want a free software. So if we download that free softwares, in those free software, security issues are possible, security problems could be possible. So we should not download those software in any type of from anywhere, from any resources. We have to download the software from trusted resources. Then even if we want to trace the authorship of the software product, even we want to trace the company who developed that software, sometimes it could be not possible, because some companies who develop that software may be out of the market for 1 or 2 days, so you can't trace them. So chance like that, when a software product is 2 years old, the producer is likely to be out of the business. So you can trace those companies who build that software, because nowadays anyone are going to build that software, anyone building those applications. So we should not use any type of software. Instead, we have to download those software from a trusty websites. Okay, then the growth of the internet, and this is one more thing, the growth of the internet and the escalating cost of software. products have led many small in-house software developers. So what I was saying that due to the growth of the internet is growing every day, and in that internet, everyone is trying to be a software engineer. So everyone developing software, and they are dispatching the software in internet. So in those cases, they use internet like a like a laboratory to test their software, whether the software is working or not. So those type of softwares are not well built. Those software, if you use those software, so their security issues may come. Okay, so we should not download or use any type of software which is untrusted, from any untrusted source. We have to use software from trusted source. We have to actually buy the software. Okay, so that is the problem. Then poor security management. So security management is most important things. So security management is both as a technical and administrative security. Okay, so like in a company, the security management is not it is the the technical and the administrative, both of the parties should look after that security management. Okay, so that involves security policies. Different types of security policies should be applied. Okay, and control that the organization decides to put in place to provide the required level of protection. So both the management team and the technical team, administrative team, both the teams should work together to imply different types of security. The most effective way to meet those goals is to implement security risk assessment. So most important, most effective way thus we can check whether the security meets our requirements or not, to do a security assessment or risk assessment through a security policy and securing access to network resources through the use of firewalls and strong cryptography. So we should use firewalls and strong cryptography to secure our softwares. So these and other offer the security requires for the different information system in the organization in terms of integrity, confidentiality, and availability. So we already know that there are three pillars in a security: that is integrity, confidentiality, and availability of a system. So integrity means what? The data should not be it must be that is whatever the information we have, it should be confidential. It should not be accessed by unauthorized access, and it must not be changed. Integrated means it must not be changed by unauthorized user. It should be, the data should be intact. And availability means the data should be available to the user who are legitimate. So the information should be available. Suppose I am in an organization, so I should be able to access those data. Okay, uh, so these are the things we have to take care of during designing a software. Then security management by itself is a complex process. Actually, managing the security is a very complex process because we have to take care of many things together. So however, if it is not well organized, if that security management, if it is not organized wellly, then it can be a result a nightmare in an organization. So because due to the security issues, many softwares are getting failed. So we have to understand, we have to take that very seriously, and we have to implement those security policies in a software. And another thing is incorrect implementation. So incorrect implementation very often is a result of incompatible interfaces. So I have already discussed these things. Incorrect implementation means two product modules. Whenever we developed a software modules, so those software modules must be work together, must be compatible with each other. If those two modules, when we join these two modules together, if there is any flaws in between this, so then security issues may come due to that problem, due to that interface. So the module should be compatible with each other. So an incompatible interface, on the other hand, means that the introduction of the module has changed the existing interface in such a way that existing references to the interface can fail or behave incorrectly. So if two modules, if we join those two modules, and if those two modules are not compatible with each other, then some problems will occur. So security issues will be occur in that. So for that case, we have to understand which module is compatible with which module, and how, and after attaching those modules, you have to test it properly. The internet technology vulnerabilities. So the fact that computer and telecommunication technologies have developed such a amazing and frightening speed, because nowadays due to internet and technology, telecommunication technology is increasing very rapidly. So people have overwhelmed by embrace both of them, has caused security experts to worry about. So people are using everything so rapidly, everything so instantly. So it is a very important issue. So it could be a side effect, like uh, overwhelming development of the technology. So that much speedy the technology is involving, that people are also embracing each and everything without knowing what is the actual working of each and everything. That is the problem. Then internet technology has been and continues to be vulnerable. And as we know that internet is a very vast platform, and vulnerability is a simple thing in an internet, so the common thing in an internet. So there have been reports of all sorts of loopholes. So there are so many loopholes and so many weaknesses, and the hackers, the attackers are developing or finding out those loopholes every day. So we have to be prepared for each and everything. So no one knows how many of these vulnerabilities. So actually no one knows how many vulnerabilities are available in internet. So there are both in software and hardware could be possible. The vulnerability could be possible in both software and hardware. So the assumption is that, so there are thousands of problems are there, so which is discovered by the attackers every day. So according to the along with the attackers, so they are developing their how they can uh, attack our system. So along with the attackers, we have to be also ready to avoid those problems, to avoid the attackers, to so changing nature of the hackers, technologies and activities. So as you know that useful technology, along with the useful technology, okay, so along with the useful technologies, bad technology is also involving. So the speed of the bad technology is much more than useful technology. Okay, so uh, s- uh, so that in fact there are times when it looks like hackers technologies are developing faster. So nowadays it looks like that hackers technology is developing faster uh, compared to useful technologies. So we have to be prepared for each and every problems and each and every attacks uh, done by the attacker. So one thing is clear, though the hacker technology is flourishing, so hackers technology, that is the bad technology, is increasing as well as so with that reference we have to also increase our useful technology also to to and stop those attacks. Then difficulty of fixing vulnerable system. So there are some difficulty of fixing the vulnerability in a system. What are those difficulty? It is difficult to fix known system vulnerable. As the numbers of vulnerability rises, systems and network administrator face a difficult situation. So as the vulnerability, as the problems, as the weakness rises in a system, so it is very hard to a administrator to identify those problems. So they are challenged with keeping up with all the system they have and all the patches released those systems. So every time the patches are released in a software, new patches are released to overcome those problems, overcome those vulnerabilities. So we have to keep track of all those patches when they are released, and we have to implement those patches in a software day to day. So patches can be difficult to apply. So sometimes those patches could be very difficult to apply. Sometimes there are some adverse effect of installing those patches in a software also. So besides this problems between the time of vendor release, sometimes it occurs that the attacks happen and then the vendor release the patches. So in that cases it is a very difficult thing. So vendors are releasing that security patch after the attack, so it is not in use. So we have to be prepared, as we know that bad things are flourishing, as well as we have to keep track of the good things accordingly. So there are several factors affecting quick fixing patches. So sometimes it is possible that some security patches are developed, but it is mailed to a developer, but developer doesn't notice that patch. They can notice it after 2 or 3 years. So for implementation those patches in a software, there could be late. Okay, so for if there is any late to install those new patches in a software, then vulnerability obviously there. So the attackers could attack this. So these are the things we have to these are the things difficulties to fixing the vulnerabilities that we have faced. So, to identify the risk, to identify the problems in a system, we have to do vulnerability assessment. So, what do you mean by vulnerability assessment? It is means that to identify the and track the risk and to repair the vulnerability of the system. So, the items assortments of items that are checked by the process in a system under review with various depending on the organization. It may include all desktop server router and the firewall. So that vulnerability issue could be anywhere. It could be available, it could be found in anywhere in desktop, it could be in server, in routers, and as well as in firewall also. So we have to uh, we have to do a regular assessment test for vulnerability analysis. So most vulnerability assessment service will provide system administrator with network mapping and system fingerprint of all knows vulnerability. So at least we can do one thing, that what are the knows vulnerability knows weaknesses, we can take measures, take steps before. And what are the new vulnerabilities that are occurring? For that purpose we can developing technologies, developing new patches for the softwares, and we have to install those patches in a regular manner. So a complete vulnerability analysis and ranking of all exploitable weaknesses based on potential impact and the likelihood of occurrence for all services on each host. So we have to prioritize all the problems and misconducts. So according to those priorities, we have to rank the weakness. So if the priority is much more, then we have to analyze those problems, analyze those weaknesses, why those weaknesses are coming, and how we can solve those problems. after analyzing the vulnerabilities, so to analyze those vulnerabilities, there are so many softwares are available. So by using those software, we can analyze those vulnerabilities, and after analyzing those vulnerability, we have to create one report of everything. So a final report should be developed. Why the report is necessary? Because documentation is also important along with the activities, because by referring those documentation in future, we can understand that what are the risks that we have faced, and what are the measures we have taken, and according to this we can plan our future assessment. Okay, so one report must be prepared according to the analysis. Then vulnerability assessment service, due to the massive growth of number of companies. So there are in internet, as the vulnerability, the risks are increased, as well as risk analysis companies. So those companies who provide us those software, who can analyze the vulnerabilities, are also more. So due to the massive growth of the number of companies and organizations owning their own networks, so there are so many companies who have owned their own networks, so growth of vulnerability monitoring technologies are also increasing. So intrusions and attacks with virus and worldwide publicity of such attacks, there is a growing number of companies offering system vulnerability service. So there are so many companies that which can provide us vulnerability scanning and all. So among those services, there are some services which are available in vulnerability scanning, like there are Alien Vault, USM, like Qualys Cloud Platform, like Barsuite, then NetSpark, and between the NetSpark is good. Then Amazon Inspector, IBM Security. So these are the different types of security which are available. Vulnerable assessment services are available, so we can use any of them. Advantage of vulnerability assessment service, what are the advantages? So actually, what are the advantage means, by using those services we can identify the problems in a specific system, identify the flaws, weaknesses in specific system, like what are the ports, what are the IPs from which different types of requests are coming, and if from suppose one unknown sources, different types of requests are continue coming, then we have to identify that, we can identify that source, and we can according to this we can take the steps. Okay, so it is very important to time to time we have to assess the vulnerability in a network. So actually always do provide a development signature and updates for new vulnerabilities. So, and one more thing, whatever the software we are using as a vulnerability analysis, we have to update it regularly. Why updation? Because as we have discussed about that, day by day, the new virus, new problems, new risks are coming. Okay, so attackers are finding new ways to attack. Okay, so according to this, new patches are also coming. So for this purpose, those software must be updated. So due to the updation, those patches are installed in the software, and software can be that can be those software can mitigates those attacks, new attacks. Okay, so that's why those uh, software should be automatically, it should be updated every time. Okay. Okay, thank you. And now there is one tool for vulnerability analysis, which is called Nessus. So we'll see how that tool works. Okay, so I'll tell you how we can use that vulnerability assessment tool, Nessus. So let me show you where we can download this specific tool. So as I mentioned that there are so many tools are available. So in between that, Nessus is more popular in use actually, and in Nessus you can have some free scans also. So you can use as a personal way and as well as in your organization. Okay, so if you use Nessus as a personally, you can use it as a free software. Otherwise, if you are involved in an organization, so you can also buy that Nessus. So let me close that one. In Google, just you have to type Nessus. Nessus download. So after entering, so Nessus is provided by Tenable company. So you can go to www.tenable.com. So this is the site. So here you can see that Nessus Essential is there, Nessus Professional is there, and Tenable.io. This unlimited access also available. So this is the free version in which you
Sir,
are allowed to.
Sorry to interrupt. Sir, we are not able to see your screen. You have it is blank actually.
Not showing.
No. You have to share your screen. Close this PPT
Okay.
and share your start share.
Okay.
Screen.
One second.
The first option. Go to share and share your screen.
Is it visible right now?
No. The first option, sir. Actually, I'll just make you again. Just click on share button and first one, the first whatever is there comes no screen. You have to share that screen first button.
Okay. Okay.
Yes. Now this is visible. Can you please explain from first onwards?
Okay, of course. So to download Nessus tool, you have to write Nessus download in Google and then search. So here you can see that Nessus is provided by Tenable. So go to that site. So after going to that site, you can see that now it is visible, right, sir? Is it visible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So here you can see that there is three version of Nessus. One is Nessus Essential version, another one is Professional, another one is Unlimited. So for private use, you can that is the free version of Nessus, so which can scan 16 pieces up to 16 pieces IPs. Sorry, 16 IPs you can scan. So we have to download this from here. As I have already downloaded this and it requires time to download. So here you have to register by giving the first name, last name, and email ID, and after then you have to register. Okay, so as for example, okay, after registering, here you can see download Nessus. So go to the download page. Okay, so here you can see that there are different types of for a different environment NSS is available. So you can take any of these according to your OS. And I have already installed mine is Windows 10, so I have already installed this one. So after then one key will be provided to your Gmail. So like that's essential. So one mail will be there. So here there is a activation key, so you'll get that activation key. So this activation key is required after installing. You have to put that activation key to start the functionalities. So after, you can download this from here directly. You can download this and you can install this. Okay, so okay, so after installing I am going to my command prompt. So we have to give the command netcat. So it will provide all the ports and IPs that available here. So you can see all the ports and IPs. So actually you can see here that different types of ports are there. So my Nessus is always working in this port 8834. Okay, so 8834 is the port by which Nessus is listening. So we have to use this port 8834. It will be always 8834. Okay, so first open your web browser. Okay, so one more thing, you have to identify the IP address of your own system. So IP config. Okay, so using, so here this is my IP address. So you have to put that IP address in the browser, then colon, and then that the port by which the SS is listening, that 8834 port. Okay, so after entering this screen will be appear. So here you can have to give the username and password. Okay, so this is the Nessus site. So here you can see there are different types of tools are available. So first of all, you have to understand what are the things are there. So go to my account. From here, go to my account. So here you can see about the Nessus. The version is there. Okay, so here you can see all every informations, plugins and all. Activation code is also there. Okay, so then go to the advanced. So about there are other things also available. You can see that software updates. So you can update it. You can set the update like update all components and only update the plugins and all frequency. when to update and all. Then password, you can set a master password for this. Okay, setting master password protects the encryption key used for ciphering the policies. So you can set a master password for this. Then if we go to the advanced portion, then you can see what are the things are available. Okay, then user interface and scannings are also there. Okay, then logging, performance, security, miscellaneous things, everything will be available there. Then proxy server, if you are using any proxy server, so you can I'm not using any proxy server, so if you are using any proxy server, you can provide the details here. So then smtp servers, like here all the logs, all the scanning documents, the NSS will send to your email ID. So here you can provide the smtp service here, so it will directly mail you. Okay, then yeah, certificate is there, password management is there. So password, you can set the password and all. Then you can see the scanning health from here. Okay, so necessary memory, how much memory to use, CPU load and all. So now we are not using this one, so here it is showing 0. Then notification, so there is nothing here right now. So these are the things. Then I'm directly go to the scanning. So if you want to scan, so go to the scan folder, then go to new scan. Okay, first go to the scan folder, then go to new scan. So here in new scan, you can see there are different types of scanner is available. Here you can see host discovery. So actually that Nessus is helpful if you install it in server. So in that server, different clients are connected. Okay, so if Nessus is installed in that server, so you can monitor each and every client. By using their IP address, you can scan each and every client. So in host discovery part, so you can discover what are the hosts are connected with your computer and all. Okay, then there are other facilities are available, like basic network scan is there, advanced scan is there, advanced dynamic scan is there, malware scan is there, mobile device scan is there. Okay, so the different applications are available here. So you can see some of the applications are not available in a free version. Okay, so here you can see there are many applications are available. So right now we'll see one basic network scan. So go to that basic network scan. So in that you have to give the name of the scan. So the name would be anything, it is not important, like scanning or something. And you can put the description of the scan, in which PC you are scanning, for what you are scanning, etc. Here you can put the description. Then folder where the scan report will be stored. So this is a my scan, actually here it will store. So you can create your own scan folder here. Then you have to give the target here. Okay, so here you can see, so you can give multiple targets here by using commas. You can see in the example, you can see here the multiple target using comma you can provide. So right now I am giving my own computer's IP 116. Okay, and if you also add files here, actually suppose you have all IPs, list of all IPs in a sheet, so you can directly upload the IP sheet here. Then it will scan all the IPs. Then here go to here you can go to launch. So here you can see it is scanning. It will not take much time. So you can use nmap also. There is nmap also, and nessus is also there. There is a difference in between nmap and nessus. You have to understand that nmap is you just only monitoring only. Using nmap you can just analyze those things. What are the things, what are the packets are coming in, all. So you just only analyze. But using nessus you can analyze as well as understand what are the risks, or what are the affected areas, and how we can uh, you know it will take. So let us examine our previous scan result. It will taking time. So here you can see I have examined that 172 to 16.0.1. So after scanning, here you can see that one host I have scanned. Then here you can see that vulnerability levels. So this is the yellow means medium, then blue means information, then low is green, then this one critical is there. So you can see these are the vulnerabilities, these are the problems. So you can directly go to that 4. So after going to that, you can see there are some labels are there, like this is the mixed risk SSL multiple issues. So suppose we are going to that this one. So here you can see that medium risk are there. So SSL certificate cannot be trusted. So let us see what is the problem. So here you can see the description that SSL certificate cannot be trusted. So you can see the whole description, what are the things, what are the problem is there. Totally you can see that everything you can see. And here you can also see the severity is medium, ID is this, version, type, family and all, everything is there, published and modified. Then solution, you can see here the solution purchase or general proper SSL certificate. Okay, so there is a SSL certificate, you all know that because they are not secure then. So SSL, if it is HTTPS SSL certificate is there, so it will be secured. So here you can say that purchase or general purpose SSL certificate. So if you want to see or explore more about this, so go to this part, go to these links. So here you can see much more elaborately about the problems. Okay, so here you can see the outputs in details. The following certification has at the top of the certificate chain sent by the remote host, but it is signed by an unknown certificate authority. That's why not secured it is. So temporary self-signed certificate. So we can see here. And you can also see here different versions are also available. CVSS versions. So if you want to know more, so you can see those versions one after another. Okay, so let us get back to our. So it is still scanning. So there, this is another scanning result. So you can see one high security issues there. So let us see that issue. First, you have to go to that Oracle TSN. So here you can see the description of the problem. The remote Oracle TNS listener allows service registration. So here you can see every information. Then there is a solution. Apply the Oracle advisory, and there are more informations are available there. So if you want to if you want to know more details about, so here you can see CVE files. So you have to go to that CVE files for detailed description. So if you go to that CVE file, so here you can see CVE file details. So in details they will tell you what are the problems. Okay, and here you can see reference. What are the reference you can refer? Then how we can known effect of software configuration. What are the problems? Okay, so by using that hyperlinks, you can get more details about the problems.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, we are having all this in the lab courses. There is a under e-learning section. There is under lab videos. All these are there.
Okay.
So, as considering the timelines, and we are also have to close this by 5:30. I
Okay.
request you to kindly conclude the session, sir. Thank you.
Okay. 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 I thought that that lab session is also mine, so that's why I discussed.
Last it is very good, sir. Actually, you are explaining very well, but I'm seeing only the considering the time because since
Okay.
morning
Okay.
we are
Yeah.
meeting,
Right.
we
Right.
should
Right.
not bother them. That's what my idea.
Okay, okay, okay. So I have explained the basic activities. So you can go to that Nessus, okay, and you can explore more about this. So if you have any questions, you can ask. Hello. So any questions?
I think there is one question.
Okay.
Are there are good and fast analyzer tools for Wireshark logs? Mohan Sukumar is asking, are are there good and fast analyzer tools for Wireshark logs?
I can see one good software tools. Wireshark log. Sorry, actually I can't get it. So like Nessus. So, yes, there are other tools are also available to analyzing, like NetSparker is also there. So you can use NetSparker for that, for analyzing. Nmap is also there. Different types of Nmap softwares are also there, but it just only analyze. So you can't identify those problems in Nmaps. It can just analyze. So in there are Amazon inspector is also there, so you can use these things also. uh, IBM security Q radar is also there, so you can use these tools also. But Nessus is much more available, much more popular.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you all the participants, and we'll concluding the session. Thank you.
Okay, sir.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much for your active participation.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you, Chidananda sir. It was excellent session, sir.
Thank
We
you.
have just we forgotten the time. Yeah. Thank you, sir. We'll meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.